Morning everybody and welcome, including those who are watching via the live stream. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Louise Nurser. I'm a planning inspector who's been appointed to examine the soundness of the Mid-Sussex District Local Plan. Charlotte Glancy, who is our programme officer, is sat to my right, and she will let people know what to do in an event or of an emergency, or if you need the loo, which could be both, to be fair. But, over to you, Charlotte.
Morning, everyone. Just a quick fire safety procedure. The building fire alarm is a continuous two-tone siren. On hearing the siren, leave the building by the nearest marked exit. From the public gallery, leave by the stairs. Do not use the lift. Follow the green signs to the assembly point, large staff car park opposite the entrance to the building. Do not return to the building unless you're told it's safe to do so. For anybody that needs to know where the restrooms are, the toilets are, the ladies are just outside this door, down by the entrance, and the men's toilets are up by the public gallery. Thank you.
Mr. Boyle yesterday had a role, and he still does today, which is if I don't put my microphone on, can he wave? Please, thank you. Can also everyone make sure that their phones are switched off or on silent? And is anyone intending to record the session? I mean, I know it's being live streamed, but right, okay, thank you. This morning we're discussing the duty to cooperate, and I think it's quite helpful to make it clear what that duty is. It's set out in legislation, and I have my copy in big writing so that I can actually see it, to refer to it during the day. And I think the important thing to stress is that the duty to cooperate is an issue of legal compliance, and it's important that that duty is undertaken prior to the submission of the plan. And it's also important to realise that the point of the duty to cooperate is that people work in order to maximise the effectiveness of plan making. I'm hoping that the council will agree that that is a correct understanding of that duty.
Madam, yes, and I think an important corollary to what you've just said is that if there is a breach, it can't be fixed, for example, by amendments, and you will have noted there's a range of ways in which people today put it. There are a number who say, well, we're not sure about duty to cooperate, but we think you can fix it. And you will appreciate that if you conclude we're in breach of the duty to cooperate, there is no fixing it by amendment.
Thank you. So that is where we're going to start. I'm also going to remind people of the dates, which I think are important dates in terms of the genesis of this plan. Reg 18, my understanding was November 22, correct? It was submitted in January 24, and then, its consultation was January 24 for the Reg 19, and then submitted in July of this year. So, in terms of actual impacting on the development of the plan, any work is not the same as consultation. Would the council agree with me that the consultation process, albeit it may be a way of working with other people, need not necessarily be the same as a duty to cooperate, because once you've consulted on a plan, you clearly have a strategy, and then you move on and you consult again or whatever. But as I say, I want you to be agreeing with me, if at all possible. And if you're not agreeing with me, tell me.
I think if you're looking for a cut-off date, then yes, I mean, you're looking at what has happened up to that point. consultation can itself be a part of a duty to cooperate, but it operates at a different point in time.
That's exactly the point I was trying to establish, just for clarification.
Because it's an ongoing duty. I mean, we wouldn't get to submission and then just suddenly pull up the drawbridge with our neighbours, but we appreciate that we can't rely on subsequent conversations necessarily. If your question is, at the point of submission, had you complied?
Yes, nor can you rely on publicity through the through the regulations. Yeah, okay, thank you. Sorry, this is all a bit theoretical, but it's quite significant. Okay, so I had my questions, and I appreciate there's quite a little bit of repetition in some of the questions that I've formulated, so I may be cutting some of them out. But my first questions was, have all statements of common ground been provided consistent with the requirements of the framework and the associated planning practice guidance? I have to sort of put my hand up here because I don't want the council to feel aggrieved by me having been quite nice to them at one time. I seem to have stopped that, but I do apologise. When you were submitting, you said you had a few statement of common ground that weren't ready. And I said, that's fine. I got it, because at work, at my office, you'll have a case officer who will then send me an email and say, you know, this is coming on. Is it okay if they don't submit everything straight away? And I said, on the whole, not very many people get all the statements of common ground on the day. But to be fair to myself, I thought that they were just about to be hot off the press. As is clear from the page which references duty common ground, sorry, the duty to cooperate on the council's website, some of those came in considerably later. And that is something that I often have to consider what the relevance of that is. I would be interested, to be honest, I'm going to park that because I think there's more meat, you know, it's a matter of fact, isn't it, rather than something that I need to consider in detail.
Madam, it is, and if I could just say, there are two questions here which are separable. One of them is compliance with the legal duty to cooperate, and the other is the production of evidence which demonstrates that. And you will appreciate that a statement of common ground is evidence of it. It is absolutely right that if one reads national guidance, generally speaking, that evidence would be produced and ready and available at the date of submission. And as you've pointed out, some of our evidence of that has come in post that date. And if your question to us is, does that accord with the guidance? The answer is, in strict terms, no, it doesn't. Does that lead you to conclude there's been a breach of the duty to cooperate? Well, it is a separate question, because the duty to cooperate could have been complied with without any statement of common ground having been produced. But I hope that helps
I mean, that is the position that I would be taking, that because a statement of common ground hasn't been put out, you know, been submitted, it may not necessarily mean that there hasn't been lots of backroom activity which the council has been undertaking. But it's the purpose of today's session is obviously to demonstrate whether that has actually taken place, that background information. Does anybody have any comment or interjection they'd like to make at this particular point? No? Okay, thank you. I just want to, given that we have all these lawyers, I want to make sure that no one says I'm doing it wrongly, so far at least. Okay. However, I've noticed that you've got a memorandum of understanding with the highway agency. Is there any particular reason why we don't have a statement of common ground?
Madam, that's something we will be able to update you on today. In fact, that is something that we are now at a point of agreement with National Highways. So the memorandum of understanding, it was the position of the work that we were undertaking and were due to undertake, and that is now matured into a statement of common ground.
Okay, so why, on the basis that everything else was eventually, well, not everything else actually, to be fair, there's some other ones that aren't here, but why couldn't you do a statement of common ground with highways, well, sorry, National Highways previously?
So the memorandum of understanding was essentially the statement of common ground. However, there were elements of it which needed an update. So some of the work as identified needed them to have complete satisfaction. The position that we got to with the memorandum of understanding was that we were satisfied and they were satisfied that there were mitigations that were that there were potential mitigations to limit the impact on the highways network and reduce the severe impacts. And that work, as we discussed yesterday in part, has been maturing to be refined to precise locations and precise impacts and sort of the alleviation of impacts, and that's now in a statement of common ground which we'll be able to submit.
Okay, but let's go back sort of 3 minutes into this, and we're discussing, weren't we, about how statement of common grounds, you know, the working together is something that should be done prior to submission, and you're talking about stuff that's happened post-submission. But can I just, for my notes, memorandum of understanding, they weren't happy to write, I assume they were the ones who weren't willing to sign the statement of common ground prior to today. Because otherwise you would have done it, wouldn't you, I'd assumed?
Yeah, it was a discussion between us as to whether there was merit in it being as formal as a statement of common ground. And so the memorandum, I will be able to say that at some point today, memorandum of understanding was setting out the latest position, of which was there was some further refinement to the modelling required in order for them to have satisfaction to sign a statement of common ground.
Okay. I mean, obviously, the duty to cooperate doesn't mean you have to agree. So it's the fact that you're working together, and that's the timing issue, which we may come back to later on in the proceedings. Okay.
So could I just add that...
Sorry, can you introduce yourself?
Sorry,
Yeah.
Alice Henstock, Principal Planner.
It's just for other people who are listening.
Just to add, the fact that we didn't have a signed statement of common ground was no reflection. The fact that we hadn't been talking to National Highways, we'd been speaking to them for a number of years on a regular basis. So that ongoing dialogue with National Highways has been ongoing for a long time. So it's no reflection. The fact that we didn't have a signed statement of common ground at submission was no reflection in terms of the work and the engagement we'd had with National Highways over that time.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I will obviously be considering whether it's been achieved to maximise effective plan making. That's obviously part and parcel of my consideration of whether you've passed the duty to cooperate.
But Madam, I think your point, which is entirely right and is sadly often lost on people, is that a statement of common ground can also be a statement of uncommon ground. And even if you haven't got to full agreement, theoretically it should be possible to record where you have got to. And in this case, the memorandum of understanding could have been done as a statement of common ground. When National Highways are here, perhaps if it still troubles you, we can discuss why it wasn't. But what is more important is where we had got to at that point.
Another thing, I just wanted, these are just sort of issues of fact, really. Another legal document, Part 2 of the Town and Country Planning Act regarding the duty to cooperate, talks about things called prescribed bodies. For people who aren't technical, these are bodies that the council have to work with, so they'll include like the Environment Agency, Natural England, etc. There doesn't seem to be anything from, you don't have yesterday I pointed out that you didn't actually have any evidence regarding your heritage assets. Do you have, there's no statement of common ground with Historic England. I just wondered why that was and whether that has any relevance.
I think as we described yesterday, Heritage England have not raised any concerns in any of the consultation work we've done on that, done with them, in any of our discussions with them, in consulting with them on the sites, the site selection methodology, the sites in the site selection methodology, and at the regulation 18 and 19 stage, there's full agreement, no concerns raised.
Okay, but in terms of best practice, you would agree, well, in fact, I'm not sure whether it's even best practice, but you, in theory, you should have had these statements, provided these statements. Is that not what you're meant to have done?
As with all of these things, there are a number of people, prescribed bodies on that list with whom they're there and it applies nationally, but with whom there is no relevance whatsoever because of the interests that exist in mid-Sussex. Obviously, we're not saying that Historic England fall into that category, but there is, if you like, a spectrum between areas where there are obvious potential for disagreement and where you need to engage, areas where there's no relevance at all, and frankly, I mean, do you even need to consult those bodies? Statutorily, yes, but you might even not even get an answer. And then you've got Historic England sitting in the middle of that, where there are issues in which they might be interested, but when you consult them, what comes back is, we're content with this. Do you progress that to a statement of common ground or no? In a perfect world, you might do, but is it necessary? No.
Yes, that's a complex issue with a whole range of authorities involved in that. And bearing in mind, we know that in the last 18 months or so, we've had our colleagues Crawley adopt their plan, Horsham currently at examination, Chichester currently at examination, all bodies within that, in that grouping. We have not relied on the West Sussex and Greater Brighton grouping to form a statement of common ground on that. The work on
Sorry, can I just write this down? The basic thing, because there's lots of local plans going on at the minute. Is that right?
No, what I'm saying is that no one else that's currently at examination is reliant on that statement of common ground, essentially because the work of that West Sussex and Greater Brighton group was to look first of all at the potential for meeting needs across that wider region, and our position and discussed with that group is that three of the authorities within that grouping cannot meet their needs, North West Sussex authorities being the exact grouping, and the reasons that grouping cannot meet its need are set out in our own statement of common ground housing, and the reasons why the West Sussex and Greater Brighton grouping couldn't meet that need or explore that need are exactly the same reasons.
Sorry, I'm still struggling. You, as Mr. Brown has previously intimated, statement of common ground doesn't mean a reason to agree or disagree, or what have you. So this body is, you talk about, I mean, I will go in more detail in it later, but you're just saying that no one's bothered having a statement of common ground with them because it's all too difficult, something, potentially.
We have a statement of common ground with every one of those individual partners that border us.
Yeah, but I'm talking about it's a sub-regional grouping, isn't it? Whose role is to deal with the thorny issue of unmet need in this region, and there is no statement of common ground from that grouping. Right, okay. And the answer is because there's lots of different plans going on at the same time. I mean, I may ask you at the end of the session, I may ask you to sort of respond to that, give me a sort of a note on that, because it seems to me quite fundamental in terms of dealing with this thorny issue. Ms. Piper, I do apologise, my eyesight's not that great, so I'm going to have to sort of squint at people.
I thoroughly understand, Mum. Thank you very much. Yes, Jane Piper. I'm representing Crest Nicholson. It is indeed a thorny issue, and I've got a particular interest on behalf of my client in the West Coastal Sussex Authority area, which you're referring to. And they provided a spatial strategy as a group, as a smaller group, back in sort of 2016, highlighting their significant issues then as to their unmet need. Obviously, they're trapped between the sea and the national park. And it's been an ongoing issue for all that time that they've been more than aware of. They then introduced Horsham and the northern Sussex authorities into the group to try and solve their problems. And then obviously we ended up with water neutrality, so that's very potted history. My concern in this particular point, though, is when you look at the PPG, a statement of common ground is a written record, and I agree, it isn't necessarily it is just the evidence of things, but it is about the progress made by strategic policy-making authorities during the process of planning for strategic cross-boundary matters. And I fear from my review of the evidence that there isn't really much cross-boundary matters being considered. And certainly there's no necessary process of what has happened and no evidence of that. So when somebody like myself comes to look at this plan, how am I supposed to know what has actually been considered in the last 8 years, or if Mid Sussex has not been involved in that long, for however many years? And I'm a bit concerned that it's all a bit too difficult, isn't it? It's not really where we need to be at the beginning of an examination.
Thank you, Ms. Piper. I will dig down on that particular, the whole issue. That's sort of a separate question. But my real question was why we hadn't got a statement of common ground, given that in your evidence, I think it was your matter statement, wasn't it, that you said you'd be providing one? Or it was either in your duty, to cooperate compliance statement. Either way, if you've written it somewhere that you are going to.
We did say we were anticipating.
Yeah, okay.
We did say we were anticipating a statement, and one hasn't been.
Okay, thank you. It's always helpful to have that as a matter of record. Yeah. Okay. Right, my next question is, what are the matters of cross-boundary strategic significance which require cooperation, and how have those matters been identified? The council has set out in their statement how that has been undertaken, and to be honest, I don't have really any further detailed questions. Sorry, I've got rid of 22, apologise, because I'm going to dig more on that one. So the 23 was what are the matters of cross-boundary strategic significance, and none of those matters I consider to be surprising, and I don't have any questions, particularly on that specific question. Okay. In terms now, I'm going to go to question 25. No, 24 actually, sorry. And I'd like to bring in two guests to this event who I actually asked to attend. Elizabeth Brigden from Crawley Borough Council and Matt Bates from Horsham District Council. And is it Tal?
Yeah, that'll do.
Yeah, Tal Kleiman from Horsham District Council. I'd like to ask you to set out the bold times when you've asked what your housing situation is, because I know that both of you have actually asked Mid Sussex for help, and I'd like to know when you asked for that help, bearing in mind the dates that I set out earlier in terms of when there was an actual ability to alter the way that the plan progressed. Oh, actually, before I do that, I've got one last question for the council. Two last questions, actually. Do you remember yesterday? I'm sure you remember yesterday. We had this issue about the housing figures. And one of my action points was that you're going to rejig the action figures for the purposes of people who weren't here yesterday. The council putting forward a main modification which would reduce their annual housing requirement, but they're also putting a main mod forward which would increase the plan period. And having made that initial main modification to reduce the local housing need per annum, it obviously would impact on their housing supply. And I was just wondering if they'd reconfigured the calculation so that as of submission, what the excess supply that they would have had. It does make sense, I promise you.
Madam, we looked at this yesterday. We're reasonably confident we've got an accurate figure. We do want to double check it, but I think for ballpark purposes today, Mr. Marsh might, or somebody may be able to assist.
It's 310.
So, okay. So that is, if I were to accept the change to the local housing need figure to go down because of the affordability ratio, and I were also to accept another year on the plan, so that it would meet the 15-year minimum on adoption, the excess housing that Mid Sussex could supply would be 310.
The affordability point with that, it's 1042, but I thought you'd asked us to take that out.
No, sorry, I did actually, to be fair.
With the affordability, 1042. Without
Out
that,
the 310. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Mum, can I just clarify one other point with the calculation? We haven't updated the commitments and completions element. So in the maiden modification that was submitted to the council, another monitoring year had passed by the time the plan was submitted. So we'd updated the completions to reflect that. And last year was a over delivery year against need. So if that is accounted for, which we haven't done in the 310, but if that is accounted for, then actually the excess supply increases.
Yeah, but it's helpful to have it in one's mind's eye, given the fact that the duty to cooperate only comes forward to submission, and we're dealing with what the plan was, your evidence at the time of putting together your plan, and it's useful in terms of the duty to cooperate to see this excess figure, and the excess figure is 310, albeit it was 996 before, yeah. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Right, okay. Perhaps I could start with you, Ms. Brigden. Could you explain when you asked the council for the housing? You asked them, no, you asked them twice, didn't you? Or was it Crawley?
Yeah, so from a Crawley point of view, we've been working for a very long time with our neighbouring authorities, Mid-Sussex and also Horsham across the North and West Sussex area. So even predating the adopted plans that we have, the suite of adopted plans, but certainly through the adopted plans that we have, Crawley's unmet needs was very well documented, very well known, and as part of that plan, as part of that examination, then Mid-Sussex and Horsham both took some of that unmet need between them. Moving on from that point, Crawley started its own local plan review in 2018, and as part of that process, we considered where our housing delivery figure would be. We are a supply-constrained borough, and we were rolling forward that approach, having re-looked at the options that were available to us. We wrote initially to Mid-Sussex in January 2020, setting out what our unmet needs were at that time. That coincided with an initial stage of Reg 19 consultation that we undertook. We then wrote again in April 2023, which was with a further stage of Reg 19 that we went out with. In between all of these processes, obviously the dialogue was open and ongoing, and the figures were, as they were evolving, they were informally made aware, but these are the formal stages. So that was April 2023 that we wrote for our Regulation 19. And then following that, we also highlighted our final number in our response to the Mid-Sussex Regulation 19 consultation, which actually coincided with our main modifications consultation, which actually provided us with a more stable figure for what our housing unmet needs will be. So that's the figure that we currently have in our now newly adopted local plan as our unmet need.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bates or Mr. Kleiman?
There's firstly to say that obviously, and I think it's well documented in the evidence in the examination library, particularly obviously the duty to cooperate statement, that the discussion between our, in particular our three authorities, Mid-Sussex, Crawley and ourselves, Horsham, has been ongoing for many, many years, and we very much kind of highlighted that in our response to Reg 19 consultation, absolutely would highlight that. In terms of the particular unmet needs issue, I think I'd firstly kind of point out that, as Ms. Brigden just informed the examination, there's a bit, sorry, losing the thread. I was going to point out actually that the water neutrality issue came up in late 2021, September 21 to be precise. Sorry, I was preempting that by saying that there has been a history of both Mid-Sussex and Horsham helping out Crawley with their unmet needs, and we were fully intending to do, sort of continue in that vein as we took forward our own local plan review. It was only when the water neutrality issue came up in, as I say, in 2021 that we quite quickly realised that that changed things quite dramatically in terms of how much housing supply Horsham could actually manage going forward, and that's obviously all played out in terms of the review of our own local plan. So it wasn't quite as simple as, obviously in the case of Crawley Borough Council, they were able to identify quite early on that there was an unmet housing need that they were wishing to ask for help from. It wasn't quite the same for Horsham. This only came up, sort of relatively late on, I suppose, and we were obviously had to do quite a lot of work with the water neutrality issue to really kind of start getting close to putting figures on how much supply Horsham District could likely meet in its review, and therefore how much we would, in an official capacity, need to be sort of asking for in terms of helping with our own unmet need, which we now have when you look at what we're proposing as our supply compared with the standard housing method objectively assessed need. So with the context of all of that, I'm just looking at my colleague Tal's screen, and we probably sort of broadly in line with what Ms Brigden was saying, but we actually we wrote a letter on the 24th of November 2023 setting out what we considered our unmet need to be. And I think I can give the figure if you wish, or my colleague Tal can. I think it's 2,000, I just want to check it. Yeah. Oops, sorry.
It may well be. Yes, so that was 2,275 against the old standard method. I think our standard method has since slightly changed, but it's still in that broad region. That's correct.
Thank you. I'm aware, obviously, that Brighton and there are other authorities in the wider region who have that unmet need. Okay. Thank you for that. So, over to you, Mr. Marsh. Unless anyone wishes to come in on this. Having received these requests, how, in terms of the duty, because you're going to engage constructively, actively, and on an ongoing basis, did you respond? I mean, I will ask for evidence, written evidence of all of this, but can you let me know?
Absolutely. So, as with regards to the Horsham position, as Mr. Bates has just set out, the position with water neutrality has been very, very complex, and so as he said, the first formal request from Horsham, understandably, was later in the day. Because there was a lot of work to do for Horsham to understand whether they could meet their need or indeed contribute to the unmet need of Crawley. And I think an earlier iteration of Horsham's plan before water neutrality, as Mr. Bates said, was intending to do that. And that position wasn't known. Their final position wasn't known until at the end of November 2023. By that stage, our Regulation 19 version of the plan, or a version of the plan that we were sending through our governance procedures, so through our scrutiny committee, which was held, I believe, in the 22nd of November 2023, and our full council meeting was 2 weeks afterwards. So for us, we had a plan that had significantly matured and was capable of a recommendation to our council at that point in time for the Regulation 19 consultation. And with regards to Crawley, as Ms Brigden says, we've been very aware of...
Sorry. So in terms of Horsham, it was basically a case of, in terms of, earlier on I was talking about the timing, and you're saying that the timing was such that the plan had really gestated and it was ready to go, and the fact that they had this requirement was sad that you couldn't do any help, but basically that was the case. All right.
That's correct.
Right, thank you. Okay, let's go on to Crawley, which has been an ongoing issue.
Absolutely. So the Crawley position, again, widely known, our previous plan as the last of the three sought to mop up and meet the unmet need in the North West Sussex housing market area in full, which it did. For this set of plans, again, the unmet need position of Crawley, widely known from the start, and they are slightly ahead, as Ms Brigden says, they've in the last week or so adopted their plan. But again, the extent to which the unmet need in the North West Sussex housing market area for Crawley was unknown until the point that we knew Horsham's position in terms of the gap. However, as we were talking about yesterday, our position in our plan has been that we started from a supply-led approach. We ran sites through the site selection methodology, blind, I suppose, to what our local housing requirement was, ran the sites through the methodology. The result of that is in the Reg 19 document an oversupply of 996, which would increase, as Mr Brown said, subject to increasing the plan length and the standard methodology. And so therefore we state quite clearly in the plan and in our statement of common ground in North West Sussex with the three authorities that an oversupply could contribute towards that unmet need within that area. But there is also agreement that it's not an expectation that Mid Sussex would be able to meet that unmet need in full.
Okay, but that's not really the point, is it, to be fair? The point is, what did you try to do to help them? And my understanding from what Ms Bridgeton said was that Crawley having unmet need is a long-term issue. In January 2020, which, I mean, I know the local government wheels sometimes go very slowly, but your report wasn't ready for committee in January 2020, was it? So they'd asked for some additional help at this point in January 2020. You're obviously aware of the policy in your adopted plan, which was put in as a main modification, that you were to work on a sub-regional basis to sort out this thorny issue of unmet need. So what was the council's response? How did you help?
And that's exactly why we started from a position of not looking at a particular number. We've looked at a position of what's available, i.e. what are the sites, how do they score through the process, and as a result of that process, we are allocating more than our need.
Okay.
Mid Sussex needs.
So, or just, I say, I never want to characterise what you're doing because I might mischaracterise it. But you set out you look for sites, you say, we've only got this amount, sorry, we can't help you. In terms of the duty to cooperate, is not the duty to cooperate to take a more active approach? So did you not think, oh, shall we build a whole load of houses on the east or the west of the town, of the district? Or is there another way that we can achieve something to help these neighbours, including Brighton, etc.?
I would direct you to the DC4, the North West Sussex Statement of Common Ground.
I'll come on to that in a minute, but
which sets out the options that were looked at on or cross boundary, for example, so on the edge of Crawley, and the options that were essentially studied since 2009. We reference a study that the Borough authorities commissioned at that time, and what it concludes in table 4 of DC4 is that all of those sites that had been identified on the edge of Crawley, for example, to best meet Crawley's unmet need, are either a draft allocation in this plan draft allocation in Horsham's plan, or have either been committed with an application determined in favour, or have been completed. So we did actively look between the three authorities, the three North West Sussex authorities, at that precise thing.
Where was it on DC4?
DC4 paragraph 6.25 onwards, table 4. And indeed, one of those in there, 6.25, map ref little b, Crabbit Park, which is an allocation in this plan.
Okay, right. Thank you for drawing my attention to that. Can I ask the obvious question, and you can tell me that I'm wrong again? The date of those studies, 2009? The three authorities commissioned consultants to prepare an at-Crawley study in 2009. Is that correct?
That's correct. If you look at the map in DC4, page 27, the final page, the gap between the site little b in blue, Crabbit Park, and indeed I think pretty much the rest of our district as displayed on that map is all AONB.
Okay, but it's still 2009, that study.
It's, yeah, correct.
Okay, so, right, okay. I don't want to go down too much this hole. I'm just trying to sort of set out some parameters. But obviously, just want to remind you, it's 2020. They actually asked you for this, but your 2009 study seems to, you look at me as if I'm mad. Why isn't it relevant that it's 2009, your study?
I think the point you're obviously getting at, ma'am, is 2009, 2020, 11 years can be a long time in planning, but the question is what might have changed in that period. And I think the point that Mr. Marsh is making is that Crabbit Park goes right up to the boundary. There's nothing between Crabbit Park and Crawley. The area around that is AONB, which in terms of making any sizable contribution immediately runs into conflict with the NPPF in terms of major development in the AONB. And therefore, yes, one needs to say, has anything changed since 2009? But the mere fact that it's 2009 doesn't make it out of date if there's been no change in circumstance.
Surely there's been a slight change in circumstance in that my colleague, Mr. Ball, asked you to do a revision of your plan to include the duty to cooperate and dealing with unmet need.
Indeed, but he didn't suggest that we should be going into the AONB in order to do that, and indeed the site allocations.
No, but to be fair, have I suggested that you have?
No. But well, I'm going to say about it. So the next question is, once you go beyond Crabbit Park, where do you go in order to meet the needs sustainably? And that is exactly the exercise which the council has undertaken in looking at other sites which aren't right up against the boundary, because all the sites that are right up against the boundary have gone. So we've looked at the next sustainable option.
Notice Ms. Brigden had her tabularized up. Did she want to come in?
I can do if it's helpful.
Perhaps if you think if you're concerned it may not be helpful, perhaps if you can just wait until a bit later.
More than happy to wait.
Yeah. Mr. Ashton, welcome.
Thank you, Ma'am. Judith Ashton for Waits Developments. Just in terms of timescales, I think one has to have a regard to the fact that the Crawley study might have been in 2009, but what it was actually looking at was the strategy moving forward through the next cycle of the local plan process, and then actually the cycle beyond it, which is what we're now in. The last local plan looked at allocating land around Pease Pottage to help address part of Crawley's unmet need. This time it is looking at land at Crabbit Park. The fact of the matter is Crawley is so constrained, one is going to have to go beyond it. There have been sites identified, as DC4 intimates, both within Horsham and Crawley to help meet that unmet need. And part of the problem Mid-Sussex now find themselves in is because of the situation that has evolved in Horsham, they're now having to look at the thing in a slightly different scenario than it was historically. But the position with Crabbit Park and the other sites around around Crawley, is a historic one that evolved out of the situation that has been long understood and long discussed between the authorities. That is why it was discussed at great length at the last local plan examination, hence the allocations in that plan, hence the allocations now in this plan.
Thank you. Mr Murray Cox.
Thank you. Yes, David Murray Cox of Turley on behalf of A2 Dominion. So I just thought I'd add some context to these various references to the at Crawley study, which from my own experience is not easily found. I think I came across it very late one night on the depths of the internet. You've heard a lot about, well, if you go beyond Crabbit Park, where do you go? That at Crawley document and others produced around the time as well, did look elsewhere, and it did look west of Pease Pottage in the AONB, which I know we're not talking about emission sites, obviously. That's land promoted by my clients now. The current plan looked at an allocated land east of Pease Pottage, a strategic site of 600 homes in the AONB. So there is a long history of recognising that if you're dealing with Crawley, you need to deal with Crawley at Crawley. That's a policy that's embedded, or supporting text, sorry, I should say, in the recently adopted Crawley plan. And just in terms of Crabbit Park, of course, if you accept the notion that Crabbit Park serves unmet needs from Crawley, then what it also serves to do is to reduce the extent to which this plan meets Mid-Sussex needs.
I got that point, but I was going to come to that at some stage because clearly you can't double count. Okay, thank you. So I'm just sort of, as I'm getting a feel for things, it's at Crawley study, it's not in the, it's one of the few documents that's actually not in the evidence library, is it?
I think that's correct, Mum, but obviously we can put that in.
Yeah, could I ask you to do that, please? Of course, there's the whole issue of Brighton, but I've got their document. So in terms of, we've got this question for request from Crawley, got Horsham we've discounted, I'm sorry to say, because the papers were about to be printed, okay? Crawley is obviously a long-standing issue, as is Brighton. But the council's approach to dealing with these additional unmet needs from these other authorities, it was to just see how much housing they had, and then discovering that they didn't have enough housing for other people, said, sadly, in terms of a sustainable development, we can't do any more. Is that a very crude consideration of what happened?
So could you repeat the second part of that question?
Well, basically, you did a you went through your site's allocation, you went through your site selection methodology, which I understand has been agreed by various different other authorities, and you came up with this quantum of housing, and that's where we are.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you. All right. So I'm right that this Mid-Sussex the wider corporation body, from your statement of your duty to cooperate compliance statement, you said basically, from my understanding, you've said that the previous government under the Lura were going to get rid of the duty to cooperate, and it sort of decided that it wasn't going to be active anymore. Is that right? You have mentioned it.
We need to just turn up exactly. I think there's decided it wasn't to be
You
active anymore,
said
but I
that
think it's kind of, it's
paused. I think you paused.
taking a breath to see what's, yeah.
Take a breath. Take a breath. That'll be my quote of the
I think probably
examination.
it wouldn't go so far as to dissolve itself until it knew that the government was getting rid of the duty to cooperate.
It's taken a breath.
Yeah.
That's lovely. In terms of the legal obligation, has the legal obligation taken a breath?
Just to clarify on the taking a breath point, that isn't the only reason that work took a breath, and the key reason for that taking a breath essentially is the water neutrality situation, in that there are a series of authorities subject to water neutrality that could have potentially, when looked at holistically on a West Sussex and Greater Brighton basis, could have contributed more towards unmet needs, and there are some that now can't. And so that the work that the West Sussex and Greater Brighton board would have been doing had to take a breath while the water neutrality situation was resolved. And as Mr. Bates said, Horsham's position on that and others in that group is that wasn't resolved until November last year at the very least. But and by your admission, that's been too late for this plan.
Okay. But how does that relate to your legal duty? The fact that there is a problem, a potential issue?
It doesn't change the legal duty, ma'am. The legal duty is still there. But what it does change is the extent to which surrounding authorities were able to say to us, we can't meet our need. Many of them up until then had thought they were going to be able to meet their need, and I think Horsham was in that situation. And still less were they able to say, not only we cannot meet our need, but this is the extent of the shortfall that we need to meet.
Okay.
And that's the point that Horsham only got to in November last year, not a criticism of them. But until they'd been through the process of working out what the implications of water neutrality were, they weren't able to say to us, this is what we need and can't do ourselves.
Okay, but, sorry, I understand Mr. Pearson wants to come in, but I want to come back to you on this because it's important. Is there anything in the duty to cooperate that suggests, in the legislation, that suggests that because the amount of unmet need is increased, that you're not to try and address it?
No, ma'am, and if it had been a situation in which the approach that Mid-Sussex was taking up to that point in time had been predicated on only identifying a certain number, that might be a valid concern. But in a world where we were looking across the whole of the district to see what sites were available, then potentially, if there were sustainable sites over and above, if they were near Brighton and Hove, they could have met the Brighton and Hove need. If they were near a Crawley or Horsham, they would have been available wherever they lay to meet that wider need. There might have been an apportionment that was necessary. But there was nothing there which said to Miss Sussex, what you're doing at the moment is wrong or inappropriate, because what we were doing would have identified a pool of sites to meet need wherever it arose.
Mr.
Thank you, Joseph Pearson on behalf of Vistry Group. I just think it'd be helpful to add into this timeline that you've set out that at Regulation 18 stage, Brighton did also write to the council, and the date of that is the 16th of January 2023, and they strongly urged the council to look at certain sites as part of their preparation of this plan, and Brighton aren't in the same position as Crawley and Horsham, where there's this interplay of whether Horsham could meet some of Crawley's needs. They have no one currently offering to meet any of their needs, and there doesn't seem to have been any particular study to look at sites around Brighton and Hove and in the housing market area that crosses over into mid-Sussex in the same way that we have this at Crawley study.
Query the whole issue of the housing market area. Because you have told me that Crawley is bang against the AONB and that Brighton has got the South Downs National Park between it and yourselves as a planning authority. In a post local housing need world, what is the relevance of a HMA?
Well, I think there are 2 points to that. The first is, to what extent would identifying sites in mid-Sussex meet a need for an adjoining area? So, for example, nobody in their right mind would suggest that the wider needs of Hartlepool or Bradford would be met down in mid-Sussex. There needs to be some sufficient connection between the two. And the housing market area concept is the way in which that has traditionally been approached. Whatever criticisms one might have on it, that's the way in which it's generally been done. So that's point one. Point two is that we are faced with a situation in which a number of different local authority neighbours have their own needs, and at some point, for their purposes, they're going to need to be able to report back to their own local plan examiner what is the amount of their need that is being met by mid-Sussex. And so there then comes a question of apportionment, and I know this is one of the issues that's on the agenda for you to discuss. It's one of the questions further down the road in terms of the prioritisation that's been given to the North West districts, or the agreement amongst those districts that there should be priority. But it is relevant, the housing market area is relevant to that question. How do you divvy up the surplus? Obviously, it's not limited to the housing market area. It has to have some relationship to where the sites are as well. And you will have seen in the plan and the background papers that although the prioritisation is agreed, there is a specific exemption or cutout for that in relation, for example, if we identified sites at the southern end of the district which would more logically go towards Brighton and Hove, then the cutout recognises that the priority wouldn't apply in those cases, that those should be attributed to Brighton and Hove. But that aside, where you've got, for example, an overlapping market, the question, where do you attribute this? The housing market concept is relevant and helpful in deciding to whom should we apportion the surplus.
So it's helpful in suggesting to whom you should attribute the surplus, but it's not actually, there's nothing in the framework. It just talks about neighbouring authorities, does it not? That you have to look at the unmet need. You've got a duty to consider the unmet needs of neighbouring authorities. Mr. Berrant.
Thank you, Mark Berrant from the Home Builders Federation. I think looking at this, it's important to go back to paragraph 61, and it's not just neighbouring authorities, but neighbouring areas. So it is a wider definition in terms of that could indeed take around a housing market area and neighbouring areas between those. So it is a wider consideration, one that ensures that there can be strategic planning where you have a much wider area, and such as we find here with a significant level of unmet needs and fewer places to actually deliver that, and how that might be taken into account. So I think that's important. I think with regard to the situation we have here, and it is I think a difficult one in terms of that the council have clearly identified that there are unmet needs and from their neighbours and had those interactions with those. I think what hasn't come out of it is the any outcomes as to how that could be addressed. I think we've got an oversupply that then has been attributed towards unmet needs. But it's, again, I suppose it comes on to the point of whether it's a buffer or whether it's an oversupply, which wasn't really defined as by the council. And I think that's an important thing. I think if it had been defined as this is what we're doing to try and address these unmet needs, then that would have less of a concern. Obviously, that could be greater in terms of delivering that. I think those are the points that were raised yesterday in terms of the essay and how that feeds back into those considerations. But I do think it's how that is then defined and how it's attributed around will be key in terms of your considerations, Marm, as to whether almost the duty to cooperate has been met in terms of there's an understanding of what especially around unmet needs. There is an evidence to show that they have identified an unmet need, but it's then how that has been considered within the wider process, and I suppose that's where it comes about in terms of whether it's an effective approach that's been taken towards the cooperation and with regard to how those unmet needs will be addressed. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Given that there's no one here from Brighton to argue the toss about whether the northwest housing area should actually have first dibs, albeit I think it's Mr. Pearson. Are you the Brighton acolyte? You'll be able to give some issue on that, but it seems to me from an outsider coming in that there's a sort of historic issue that in this particular area, Crawley gets first dibs because it's always has done, really, to be honest, and Brighton doesn't. Is that right, or is that again a crude representation?
Subject to the cutout, which I explained before, which is that if we found sites to the south of the district, then obviously there'd be no particular reason why Brighton and Hove shouldn't have those. But subject to that, you're right. And when talking about it as historic, I think it's important to recognise that historically there were good reasons for that, which have been tried and tested now at numerous local plan examinations, not just in mid-Sussex, but also in surrounding areas. And therefore the question, obviously one needs to ask, is that still a valid assumption? But the question then is, well, what has changed in that regard? And from mid-Sussex's perspective, first of all, the basic relationship to wider housing market areas and the studies which indicate that the strongest relationship is to Crawley and Horsham still holds good. The other thing that also holds good, particularly in relation to Brighton and Hove, is that between Brighton and Hove and mid-Sussex, you have the South Downs National Park, where we cannot plan any houses, and where if we are meeting needs that are associated with Brighton and Hove, there are consequences for leapfrogging the national park in terms of traffic going through the national park. Now, that's not a bar to finding sites in the southern area, but it is a reason which goes into the prior conclusion that it was appropriate to prioritise the northwest districts, and that remains the case today.
Mr. Pearson has in his statement, he's got a move within the year, including origin and destination. And he's got over 1,000 people moving from Brighton and Hove to mid-Sussex, is that correct?
Yes, I'd be happy to provide some extra context on that as well.
Yeah, so that's okay, if you could, please. Yeah.
Yes, so I think it's notable that the evidence that the council have pointed to in terms of the North and West Sussex HMA being the primary HMA for them to consider is actually the 2019 Strategic Housing Market Assessment that was a document that was jointly commissioned by Crawley and Horsham and not Mid-Sussex. It doesn't look at the characteristics of Mid-Sussex itself, and actually in one of the appendices it does provide the internal migration data at that point, which also showed that the greatest level of internal migration into Mid-Sussex was from Brighton and Hove. We've provided updated figures, the latest figures available, which are the 2022 figures, and they're at paragraph 2.34 of our matter statement. And they show that the number of people migrating into Mid-Sussex is greatest from Brighton and Hove. I'm afraid it probably would have been helpful if I also provided net figures there, but those also confirm that there's a net migration of, I do have the figure here somewhere, but it's around 500 into Mid-Sussex, whereas some of the net figures between Horsham and Mid-Sussex are fairly comparable. So it's a greater shift into Mid-Sussex from Brighton. And that's particularly significant because we don't have the same characteristic assessment of how people are moving into the housing market area within Mid-Sussex, because the evidence they're pointing to is not their own evidence. I think just one final point, in internal migrations, the greatest driver of housing need in Mid-Sussex, it accounts for 62.5% of housing need, and that's from paragraph 6.13 of the council's own strategic housing market assessment from 2021, which is document H1 in the evidence library.
Mr. Boyle.
Madam, thank you. Christopher Boyle, King's Counsel on behalf of Barclays Latimer. Madam, do you have ready access to the Lichfield's reps on hearing reps for matter 2? Because if you do, just to give a sort of an image to look at, figure 2, Lichfield's produced a map, which I hope.
I've seen that map many a time.
Do you have?
Love it.
Do you have it? Oh no, the next one along. Figure 2. That's figure 1. Figure 2. But it looks as if yours is in black and white, which makes it completely unhelpful. Yep. If you have the colour version electronically, that might make things a bit. Or you can say.
Seen colour.
So what you've got, and marked in grey, but it should be blue, is the boundary of the northwest Sussex HMA, and then what we've shown obviously is the overlap within Mid-Sussex with what should be green, which is the Brighton East Sussex. And actually, I'm going to ask Mr. Spry to give you the colour, because otherwise the points are better.
I can see it. You've got two intersecting arcs.
Well, no, it's more than that. It's also where the allocations are. Let's just, if you don't mind, we'll.
I mean, nobody minds, do they? Thank you.
That's hopefully rather more helpful. So in the yellow notation, the A and B. In the green notation, the South Downs National Park, you can see where Brighton is, you can see where Crawley is, you can see the boundary of the district. And in the purple are the allocations before you, and the red, the allocations in the existing plan. And with the exception of Pease Pottage, which you may recall, Madam, has its own funny history, because it was granted permission at some speed. All of the allocations are outside the A and B. But what you can see is that the district is essentially divided through the middle of it by the A and B, and those allocations existing and proposed sit at the south of the district, are potentially able to serve both Brighton and Crawley, and those at the top, north of the A and B, essentially serve Crawley, together with, of course, the district's own need. Now, the reason why I draw attention to this, if I may, is to identify a distinction between what we're discussing here today, which is the legal duty to cooperate, which is potentially fatal to the plan as a whole. And the wider debate that you will have both later on this week, next week,
Indeed, this afternoon.
and indeed potentially in the matter two session, the stage two sessions, because what we heard from Mr. Marsh is, as far as the district were concerned, they complied with the duty to cooperate by doing a needs blind assessment to say, look, what have we got? I think the phrase they used yesterday was a capacity-based assessment. What is it that we can provide? Now, it may be that on the merits of some of those points, and you picked a number up yesterday under the essay, you may have some criticisms and some adverse comment to make in terms of how they hit that judgment. That may mean that in due course you recommend to them modifications to go off and find more sites. But the approach which has been described to us is, they said, we approached it on a capacity basis. We've established a capacity of X. And then we didn't just say, well, we don't need as much as that. They said there is then a surplus. And we discussed whether the surplus was 300, is now 1,000. I'm going to park, if I may, the whole notion of, is it a buffer or is it an
No,
unmet
I'm not
need
interested
figure,
in that, no.
which we'll come back to that in due course. But for the sake of present day discussion, let's treat it as a contribution to unmet need. And the point I simply want to make is that you may find that there is greater scope on all the evidence that you've heard for having more than 1,000. But that doesn't alter the fact that, in my respectful submission, the council have fulfilled its duty to cooperate, which is this first point, by adopting an approach without any criticism from the neighbouring authorities, which is, we'll identify as much as we can, draw the line there, you can have whatever we don't need.
Okay,
And that is the answer to this particular question, notwithstanding the fact that you may disagree as to where they've drawn the line, and that goes to the merits of the plan in not a DTC sense, but in terms of main models.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am. Just going back to the question you asked about the relevance of the HMAs in the post-NPPF world. If you look at the inspector's report on the Crawley local plan examination, which is in the other document section of the evidence base, the inspector then, that was only a couple of months, a month ago, was focusing on paragraph 21. He references focusing of accommodating the unmet housing needs is inevitably in the Northwest Strategic Housing Market Area authorities, given the need to secure sustainable patterns of development. And then again at paragraph 31 references the Northwest Strategic Housing Market Area statements of common ground, providing constructive approaches to the ultimate duty to cooperate, which does not extend blah, 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 blah. The fact of the matter is the housing market areas, and in particular the Northwest Sussex housing market area, has been established for a long time, goes back over 10 years. It kind of goes back actually to the South East Plan, but we won't go there. And it has been accepted by various inspectors, and the interrelationship between Horsham, Crawley and Mid Sussex in particular, and the prioritisation of the North West Sussex HMA for this district has been something that has been, as Mr Brown has alluded to, accepted on a number of occasions. We, in our response to question 27, go through the issue of prioritisation which you've raised. I won't extend on that anymore. Matthew, did you want to come in on anything?
Madam, just to briefly add, this is going back to your question, what is the HMA? What does it mean? In case it's of any...
I said that. I said, in terms of the HMA in the post-local housing need,
Yes.
I mean, all due respect to Mr Boyle, I understand in terms of the issue of requiring the housing need and the spatial strategy are not issues for the duty to cooperate. However, in terms of the council's response to the duty to cooperate, they have referenced the housing market areas. And that's what I'm trying to unpick and understand.
In that case, I don't think my answer is going to help. I was going to give you some references to the PPG on HMAs, but it doesn't sound like you need that help. Thank you.
Ms Piper.
Thank you, Ma'am. I sort of want to pick up on something that Mr. Ball said and take it a bit farther forward and reference the quote I made earlier from the PPG about how strategic policy making authorities should work together. I think in terms of the duty to cooperate, if Mid Sussex had looked at Crawley's need, Horsham's need as it came in late, but the well-known need of Brighton and Hove and the other coastal West Sussex authorities, you'd see where that need is, and it relates to the gentleman's point about where people are working, where they're moving from, and that might have informed a different approach to their spatial strategy. So maybe they might not have gone straight to site selection. Maybe they might have looked more strategically at where development could best help not only their own residents, but those in the local neighbouring authorities as well. And then if that was combined with things like a review of their landscape strategy, and they could look at things holistically and comprehensively, along with transport, heritage, and all those other things that you look at strategically, there might have been a different spatial strategy to just saying, well, we looked at what sites have come in from developers, and we've chosen these ones, and that they work out because, and then, oh, sorry, there isn't any that close to Brighton, so we can't do that, and oh, we can't really do Crawley. There might have been a different solution if there'd been a different approach to the duty to cooperate.
Thank you. Which is separate from Mr. Boyle's point. Yeah, it's more fundamental. Let's look at the strategy for dealing with this unmet need that we know exists. How would we work together to sort that out? And we've established that the mechanism that the council at one time had relied on, this very long acronym planning board, does no longer seem to be actively dealing with it. However, we also know that there's long-standing need in Brighton and in Crawley. Okay, Mr. Warren, please.
Good morning, ma'am. Just a very short point on that. Rupert Warren, KC for Thacum. There isn't anything, ma'am, inconsistent, I think, just going to the nub of your question, I hope, about the idea of standard method, housing numbers and housing market areas. So they're different things, but there's nothing inconsistent between the two. The real force of the work that you've been referred to, which, as Ms. Ashton rightly said, has been of long standing in this area, is that the housing market areas tell you where you might meet the need if you're looking across the boundary. So that's how they fit together, it seems to me, ma'am. But they're different, you're right to say, but there's nothing inconsistent between them. And the housing market area really tells you where you might look to meet the neighbour's need.
But it doesn't necessarily trump the duty to cooperate.
No, I'm not suggesting that, ma'am. It's part of your understanding,
in terms of considering
obviously.
where unmet need, working actively,
absolutely,
constructively to try and alleviate or ameliorate the unmet need.
Yes, I mean, it's a key tool for understanding how those unmet needs, where and how they might be met.
Right, thank you. I don't necessarily want it to be a ping-pong match, but Mr. Boyle, quickly.
I hope it's not ping-pong, it's adding to what's being already said. I mean, there's some point about taking you to the diagram is that if in due course, through main mods, more sites were found, then that's a bigger surplus, say, for MSDC's own requirement. And what the diagram shows you is that those in the north can then be attributed to the unmet need for Hawley, so you can do a divvying up. and those in the south can be attributed, this is the surplus, can be attributed to Brighton Hove. So then you'll be able to, or rather, not you, madam, the council will then be able to recraft its unmet need part of the plan to say we've now found a bigger surplus, having gone out and made different decisions on the site specifics, and therefore for Crawley we can provide X, and for Brighton we can provide Y.
It'd be interesting to hear from your point of view, how you feel, well, you wanted to come in, so I wondered whether that'd be what you had to add.
Yeah.
Sorry, that sounds very rude. I didn't mean it like that.
I think my comments probably have gone past in the sort of passage of time. I think what the point I wanted to make was way back on the question of how did Mid Sussex respond to Crawley's specific question of meeting unmet needs, and I just wanted to point out and reassure that at that time we did receive correspondence back from Mid Sussex, formal correspondence confirming that they were in the process of looking at their district plan review and would be considering, were aware of Crawley's unmet needs and would be considering that as part of their process. So I wanted to make that point quite clear that that from a Crawley point of view, we understood that throughout the Mid-Sussex District Plan review, that they have been aware and taking into account Crawley's unmet needs. I absolutely support the comments made regarding our inspector's report confirming the importance of the North and West Sussex housing market area and in terms of being able to meet Crawley's unmet needs sustainably. I did want to clarify something that was mentioned a little bit earlier about Crawley's unmet needs being best met at Crawley. That isn't necessarily the case. I think from the current adopted plan, so the 2015-2018 plans, it was quite clear that actually most main towns within Mid-Sussex, across the North and West Sussex housing market area, are sustainable locations for Crawley. The at Crawley locations obviously offer, potentially more benefits in terms of, direct housing provision, but actually across the area it is sustainable. And I think that the plan that was shown, that shows the division of, and the overlaps between the two housing market areas doesn't rule out that actually the southern parts of Mid-Sussex also fall within the northern West Sussex housing market area as well. I don't know if that helps, but that's from a Crawley point of view, that those are my understandings of the discussion.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brigden. Did anyone ever, start again. Talk about these, I've been told that various different plans relate to different time periods. Okay? I've certainly been around long enough to know that plan periods sometimes extend, contract, sometimes that committee cycle doesn't quite hit the right printing press, okay? On that basis, why didn't you ever think about doing a joint plan? Because let's face it, going to examination now and my colleagues examining Crawley's plan, sort of about a year ago or whenever it was, I believe Horsham, your plan's going to go to examination soon, is that not correct?
That's correct, Madam.
Yeah. So in other words, whilst you could argue that they all had a slightly different timescale, they're predominantly sort of within the same ballpark of a time period. And also, I want to go back to Mr. Bohr. He's asked you to all work together and he suggested it. So did anyone say, hey guys, should we do a joint plan?
Your original question was put, why did nobody think about that? And I think if you look at the statement of common ground, it's quite clear that it was thought about. How and why it was then rejected is a matter which I think the individual authorities perhaps need to update you on. I know it was addressed by the Crawley inspector in his report, so it was an issue which was considered there as well, but I look to others to answer the more detailed question.
Mr. Marsh?
I think, first of all, we look at the adoption dates. So although we are now almost aligned in terms of adoption of this suite of plans, the Crawley current adopted plan 2015, Horsham current adopted plan 2015, our current adopted plan 2018, and obviously in the framework we're told we need to review within and have an up-to-date plan within 5 years. And so although those plans all started or all finished, shall I say, at different times, and therefore the commencement of all of our reviews have all started at different times, albeit that due to water neutrality they've caught up. But as Mr. Brown said, I think that's one reason, not the only reason, and I think that's a matter for, as Ms. Brigden and Mr. Kleiman have got their Toblerones up to assist.
Do you really think that's credible? Sorry, you've got a plan. Your plan says, please try. You have something put in by an inspector who says, I want you to consider meeting people's unmet needs. Please work together. I'm giving you some time to work together to do that so you can review your plan. So you reviewed your plan, but why didn't you think, oh, perhaps another year? You know, if we're going to get a good plan, why not wait another year? I mean, there must be more to it than that, surely. Or am I misrepresenting it?
I don't know if it'd be helpful to hear what Horsham and Crawley have to say.
Yeah, happy to start on that. It absolutely is the case. Crawley Borough Council adopted its previous plan in 2015. We actually commenced our local plan review in 2018, which was the same year that Mid Sussex adopted their previous plan. So at that time, Crawley Borough Council did consider the options of whether or not a joint plan should go ahead. It was in our local development scheme. It was also considered as part of our sustainability appraisal. The plans were staggered in such a way that we just didn't find there was a point that it would be appropriate or suitable. So we progressed with our plan. It was considered by our inspectors at our local plan examination, and paragraph 27 of our inspectors report highlights that they also point out that there's actually no obligation to prepare such jointly produced plans. And what we felt was that our confidence in our duty to cooperate and the way that we work across particularly the three authorities, but also with the wider areas, Crawley and Mid Sussex, both work with the Gatwick Diamond authorities to the north. We work with the West Sussex districts and boroughs and county council, and we work to the south to the coastal authorities. So we felt that actually the way that we had produced our previous plans was a successful and positive sound approach to plan making, and we saw no reason why that wouldn't be an appropriate way to continue going forwards. So that is where we are. And obviously, as Andrew mentioned, the water neutrality situation occurred, which meant that instead of us adopting our plan in 2020 as originally anticipated, we've adopted it this year.
go too much into this, but I just want to get it in my head. So you adopted your plan you started your review in 2018,
Yes, yeah, that's right.
and Mid Sussex adopted your plan in 2018, which asked you to deal with the duty to cooperate. Is that right?
It did another thing as well, Ma'am, which was that there was a residual housing need for us to find in the district plan. So the district plan covered everything apart from approximately 2,500 dwellings, which your colleague Mr. Bohr asked us to go away and do a site allocations DPD, which is what we've been doing in the meantime, to even allocate enough sites to meet our need. And now we've started on this plan. So it asked us to do two things.
Marsh is making, Madam, is the site allocations DPD was obviously going to come first in that list, and I hope it's a statement of the obvious that of itself that wasn't a small task in terms of plan preparation.
Mr. Kleiman?
Thank you. Again, our experience is quite similar to that which Ms. Brigden spoke of. We commenced plan making again in 2018. We did our issues and options in that year in April. Quite similar to Crawley, we did have a Regulation 19 that went to, or was considered by our Cabinet in July of 2021. But before full council could be scheduled, the water neutrality thing kicked in. So before that, our timings, I know now they look like our timings are matched, but before that, they certainly were not. And it simply took a long time for us to be in a position to get on with plan making, and Mid Sussex have carried forward. But we do want to reiterate that throughout this period, we've worked very closely with Mid Sussex, including in relation to water neutrality, but also housing. And it's been a positive relationship, and that's sort of exemplified by the last set of plans, which across the board met unmet needs in the housing market area.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Warren?
Ma'am, I think you may still have that paragraph of your colleague who examined, or colleagues who examined the Crawley plan, to which your attention was drawn open. I just want to make it absolutely clear, because the express reference wasn't made to the judgment that they reached. So they record in paragraph 27 what the various timings were that you know about, obviously between the plans. But having looked at the question of joint plan, you'll see in the sentence that begins, in preparing, the inspectors formed their own judgment that preparing individual local plans, it's better in our view, they said, that Crawley's plan is examined and adopted ahead of Horsham and Mid Sussex in terms of providing certainty around the scale of unmet need and infrastructure requirements. Paragraph 27.
Yep.
So it was, just to add, not just a process point about when things happened and it being part of what Crawley considered, but quite recently, colleague inspectors finding that that was a sensible thing to do.
Thank you. Right. I'm aware that we haven't actually braked this morning, but I think we might as well just go on to the bitter end on this one. Okay. So, statement of comment, no appetite for joint plans. Okay. Clearly, I have to come to a decision, unless anybody I'm going to sum up, and then if anyone wants to come in, they're more than welcome to. Clearly, I have to come up to make a decision as to whether I think the duty to cooperate has been met. It's a legal test. It's one that has to be done for submission. I'm going to ask the council to provide me with the minutiae of meetings that it has had with other bodies, and I would also like to actually have you set out how any meeting with anybody has actually impacted on what you've tried to achieve. And I would like to see agenda which set out options, you know, so for example, what we're going to do about unmet need. I've seen lots of evidence from yourselves where you've said, I've come along and I've told you what unmet need we've got. I've informed you about things that have happened. I want to see where you've actively collaborated to maximise the plan making's effectiveness. And that is, I'm sure everyone will agree, well not everyone agrees, but I just want to double check that everyone accepts that I've got the right legal test. Because the activities within the subsection of preparation and development plan documents and to maximise the effectiveness within which activities are undertaken. And I suppose my last leading question is, whilst I have a plethora of duty to cooperate statements by your colleagues in neighbouring authorities suggesting that the duty to cooperate has been met, does that actually mean anything for me as the decision maker? Mr. Warren?
Words head and parapet come to mind.
Sorry, I'm not that scary. I know I haven't had my lunch, but sure.
Better than head and guillotine, Mr. Warren.
Yeah, can I deal with this very briefly, just to help? Just on the legal point, ma'am, I noticed that you haven't got, you probably don't need, ma'am, but you haven't got any of the relevant legal authorities on DTC and so on in front of you in terms of the list.
I know they're various different ones.
But you're very familiar, I'm sure, with them. And the one I'd point to particularly is that St Albans decision, because that's a hard case where the authorities hadn't agreed much, if you remember. And it's an interesting authority because it finds that the DTC legal duty is about process and maximising effectiveness, and that can be met even when, as the judge put it in that case, discussions seem to have hit the buffers, if you remember that expression.
Yeah, but duty to cooperate obviously doesn't to agree. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
so it's not that the legal duty is not about ensuring a particular outcome, but doing your best, if I can paraphrase. And it was held to have been complied with even in that case where, frankly, they hadn't agreed much between themselves. I just make that point that you're already aware of. But just in terms of how much weight, if you like, you can give to various things, the statements of common ground are obviously something which is sanctioned by the process and the guidance. And certainly as far as my clients are concerned, we're happy they're there, and we think that you should give them due weight, particularly because there isn't any subtlety, I think, about the fact that Brighton, Crawley, Horsham, in their various statements of common ground with the authority here, all say very clearly that they think that the duty to cooperate has been met. I think that's very clear. There's no.
That's my question, though, isn't it? That having said that, what weight do I give? You know, if I had a whole load of people in a room who said black was white, as a decision maker, am I to take that as being the gospel, or am I to
well, obviously,
Use
ma'am,
my
your example is pretty extreme, so in that case, obviously,
Yeah, of
no.
course it is,
But
but,
here,
I mean-
the reason why, in general terms, you'll be aware that statements of common ground of this kind, and I haven't overdone it, due weight should be given, is because it is about cooperation and process between the administrations. So if there was doubt on the part of any of the four that we're dealing with here particularly, that hadn't taken place, then you'd see it reflected. It may be with subtle wording, etc. There's nothing of that kind here. It's very clear in all the statements on common ground that they're faced with difficult considerations of unmet need. And as far as the process goes, all four authorities are on the same page, absolutely on the same page about the process and the legal duty. So I think for our part, ma'am, we think you should give that weight. But can I just come back to the Crawley Inspector's report again? Because in that document, there's quite an interesting section. I don't know whether you've got that still to hand. If you just look at that section, paragraphs 20 and following, it's quite recent apart from anything else. At paragraph 23, it talks about that acronym body. It also involves the county council. It touches on this point about hierarchy and so on as well. But it seems to me really interesting about that, again, something which we suggest that you should probably could give some weight to, is that having looked at all of that, very recently, your colleagues found halfway through the paragraph, the sentence that begins, "We are satisfied." We're satisfied that at the time of the preparation of Crawley's local plan, this is as far as the authorities can practicably go in establishing a strategy in respect of Crawley's unmet housing needs. Now, obviously, there are slight differences in timing and so on, but that's quite an important recent review of, as it were, the administrative arrangements that have been discussed as between the various authorities. So they've got that, they've got their prioritisation, and your colleagues found, in the real world, if you like, that was pretty much as far as the authorities could go in relation to Crawley's unmet need. And that's, it seems to us, ma'am, an important factor for you to take into account, corroboration, if you like, of what Crawley and Mid Sussex are saying in this particular case.
Is there anyone else wish to, Mr. Brown, did you want to come back?
If no one else does, if I can just sweep up at the end. Madam, I've got 2 points. The first is just to build a little on the first point that Mr. Warren made in relation to the St Albans decision. Not only is the duty to cooperate not a duty to agree, but it is important to remember, and I'm sure you have well in mind, that the question for you is whether Mid Sussex has complied with the duty to cooperate. It is not whether the duty to cooperate partners have complied as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
And in saying that, I don't want in any sense to suggest that we think they haven't been anything other than cooperative. We're very grateful for the cooperation there has been. But ultimately, we put our cards on the table, we explain our methodology, we explain what we've done. It's up to people on the other side of the room to take that away and to test it as they see fit, to tell us whether they're happy with it or no. I know there are participants in this room who are critical, slightly perversely, not of us, but of the failure of some of our duty to cooperate partners to test that material properly. The council, we wouldn't agree with that criticism, but even if it were valid, it's not a failure on the part of Mid Sussex. So that's the first point. Madam, the second is to answer directly your question about the status of statements of common ground. And I agree entirely with what Mr. Warren has said, which in essence, I think, is that they are evidence of compliance, but they are not conclusive, in precisely the same way that if one of our duty to cooperate partners came to this examination and said that we were in breach of the duty, that would also not be conclusive. You still have to go beneath the skin of the bare statement and examine what underlies it. And that is what the statements of common ground are intended to help you with, and you've asked for further information in that regard. You obviously need to look at that, but Madam, in a world where if you had a choice between people coming along and saying breach, people coming along and saying compliance, which is the better position for a local authority to be in, obviously we would say having partners who agree that we've complied is a better position. You should give some weight to their view, but that doesn't in any way obviate the need for you to look at it and ask whether they're right about that. But I do agree with Mr. Warren. It is a matter to which you should give weight, and that's precisely why things like statements of common ground are a requirement.
And of course, that brings us full circle right to the beginning of today, when we were talking about the status of common ground, statements of common ground, and how they were just potentially just an administrative issue, but clearly they do say that they have, you have passed.
They help.
Yeah.
They help to evidence it, and
yeah.
if you feel that that evidence doesn't go far enough, and I think every local plan examination I've been at, there's been a discussion about, does the statement of common ground need to append the agenda for every meeting that has ever taken
I know,
place?
I mean, to be fair, having examined Wielden's plan, which you no doubt are aware of, where I had about 9,000 boxes,
Yeah.
you know, that is not necessarily where I want to go, but I do need to have slightly more evidence, because at the moment, the evidence I have is, yes, we know there's this amorphous group of unmet need, which, let's not forget, unmet need is actual people's houses, it's people's homes, it's somewhere where people need to live.
Yeah.
You have this amorphous amount, but we have a situation where none of it, apart from that 310 or 996, is actually being dealt with. And we have some statement of common grounds which have said, yes, we've all talked and everything's tickety-boo. I would like to have some more information to really justify how, in terms of meeting the strategic requirement and bearing in mind paragraph 11 of the framework. You know, it's paragraph 11B, and of course, legal requirement that you do so, and obviously test of soundness, which of course is a separate issue, relates to a plan being positively prepared. So
Without burdening you with a further 9,000 pages, we'll do our
try and do it in a
try and do it somewhere between the two.
proportionate-ish.
Well,
but
indeed.
enough to satisfy someone who might be a cynic. Mr. Boyle.
Just on that last point, Madam, if I may, I come back to the point I made earlier, which is you have ample scope for finding under the main mods process that the authority have cut the bar too low, but that doesn't mean that they failed duty to cooperate.
Yes, I understand it's not to do with the housing numbers, it's to do, and even were you to have done your best in terms of the housing due to cooperate, it may be that you could have found that you could only deal give two houses.
Exactly so.
I mean, I'm completely aware of that, and it's a different matter, isn't it? And that's the housing matter. Okay. I think it's important for people who are observing as well to be aware that it's the process rather than the extent, the numbers, even though, of course, I just said a minute ago that numbers matter, but it's ensuring that the process has been undertaken correctly and that I can be convinced of that. So unless anybody, you're clear what you want me to do, what you want to do, don't you? You're clear that I want you, what I want you to do? Yeah, I would like agenda working out, and certainly in terms of timing and how it impacts on what people were doing. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I'd like to close this morning's session, and we will reconvene for those of you who will be joining me, at 2 p.m. this afternoon for matter 3, at which point we will be looking at the vision, objectives and spatial strategy. Can I particularly thank the local authority colleagues from Horsham and Crawley. Thank you very much for taking the time out to attend. It was much appreciated. Thank you very much, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome, including those watching through the live stream. It is 2 p.m. and it's time for me to open this hearing session on matter 3, which relates to the vision, objective and spatial strategy of the Mid-Sussex District Plan. For those of you who have not met me before, my name is Louise Nurser. I'm a planning inspector who's been appointed by the Secretary of State to examine the soundness of this plan and produce a report with regards to my conclusions relating to soundness and legal compliance. To my right is Charlotte Glancy, who is the Programme Officer, and she will talk you through the housekeeping matters. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Just a quick run through with the fire procedure. The building fire alarm is a continuous two-tone siren. On hearing the siren, leave the building by the nearest marked exit. From the public gallery, leave by the stairs, do not use the lift. Follow the green signs to the assembly point, large staff car park opposite the entrance to the building, and do not return to the building until told it is safe to do so. And the toilets, the ladies' toilets are just outside the chamber here down to the right, and the men's toilets are up by the public gallery. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. Before we begin, can everyone hear me? And check their mobile phones are either off or turned on to silent. In the absence of Mr. Boyle, who has been the person who stops me talking without a microphone, it looks like Mr. Spry, you've got that job. So can you ensure that you do it? You see, you didn't use your microphone, so I couldn't hear you. So just shows it actually is important. All right, thank you. Right, let's move on. The first issue is whether the spatial vision and objectives Mid-Sussex Council are justified, effective, consistent with national policy and positively prepared. The plan states that the vision for the district remains that set out within the 2018 plan. So my first question was, does that spatial vision remain relevant? I have read what the council has to say in that respect, but, and indeed what other people have said. I don't have any further questions on that point from the council's evidence, but does anyone else wish to contribute for this question? Right, that looks like I can tick that one off, so that's great, thank you. My second question relates to, are the plan objectives which have been identified relevant, justified and consistent with national policy? As you can see, there are lots of lovely pictures, and we have, I think, 15 objectives, is that right? I suppose my sort of more detailed question is there any reference to unmet needs from elsewhere in this document, in these objectives? And should there be? Perhaps the council could answer that one.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. So objective 13, the social objective, is to provide the amount and type of housing that meets the needs of all sectors of the community. That reflects needs. It's not exclusive of unmet needs of elsewhere.
Okay. Okay. I note that you've got mods 3 and 4, proposed main mods. You see, you didn't think it remained valid because you wanted to make changes to it. Can can you explain why these are main modifications that you'd want me to take forward and why they go to the nub of soundness? Sorry, that's a vision, actually, I tell a lie, sorry.
Those were to reflect, as we say in the table there, Brian, for those were suggestions put to us by Natural England. Their view was that including them would help strengthen the consistency with the NPPF. And what we say about the main mods is that they are modifications, should you think that they are unsound, we would be happy to make.
Okay. So I take it from that you're quite agnostic about it?
That's right, yes.
So really, you don't think they're going to the nub of soundness? It may be that the issue of conserving and enhancing valued landscapes for their visual, historic and biodiversity qualities, it may be something that when we deal with the those issues, we might be able to refer back to that, because it might be something throughout the plan that may need modifying. Okay, does anyone have any issues relating to those? Okay. Thank you. I'll now go on to question 33. Is the plan justified, effective and consistent with national policy, in particular paragraph 22 of the framework, and talking about the plan period. Now, we've actually already touched on this, but for the benefit of anybody who wasn't attending that session, does any one consider that the plan period should be extended further than the 2040, which the council's already put forward?
Sorry, which question?
I'm on question 33.
So chapter 6 of the plan relates to the district strategy, however. Yes.
No.
Because I think 32 is the plan period justified.
Oh, sorry, it's my my numbers have all gone wrong. So it's 32 is the plan period justified. Thank you for that.
No, it's just. I suspect that if we're wrong at this stage, then we're going to be wrong for the rest of the afternoon.
And they probably will. I'll just say the next question might be the easiest way of dealing with that. Okay. So, question 32 again. Mr. Berendt.
Thank you, Mark. Just a quick one. I would agree that. I will put my microphone on. It's a brief one. I think it does need to be extended in order to be consistent with paragraph 22. The only question is relation to whether actually it needs to be extended further to 2041, given that there are a number of issues that you raised earlier in terms of looking back at SA and how long that's going to take, and whether the plan is going to be adopted before the end of March 2025, and actually more into 2025, which means that it would be 14 and a half year looking forward. So it's just whether it needs to be extended to 2041 rather than to 2040 in order to ensure its consistency with paragraph 22.
Perhaps Mr. Marsh can come in on that, give your viewpoint on the basis that it may be early in the year, may.
Yeah. I think the difficulty, Ma'am, at the moment is it's a bit of a crystal ball as to how long it's going to take. Obviously, the further, and that will in part depend on the length of time you need to consider this before we go into matter 2, assuming we go into stage 2. Obviously, the later it gets, the stronger the case becomes for taking it to 2041. But at the moment, we're working on the timetable that we had originally hoped for. in which case 2040 is sufficient. But we can, we can keep that under review as things go. But we don't know what you're going to recommend. We don't know what modifications might be required. We don't know what further work may be required before we can come up with modifications.
So can I just posit a hypothesis then? If the doomsday scenario were to come forward and the plan were to be budged into Mr. Barron's sort of vision, does the council, what would the council's approach be? How would the council react to my putting forward a main modification, not to 2040, but to 2041? In principle, is that something that you would accept? Because clearly that has ramifications for housing figures. However, something that I always don't quite ever understand why people don't appreciate, that clearly you don't have to provide all the housing to meet your housing need, whatever that is, if you're going to be so far forward in the plan period.
Well, ma'am, in answering your question, I think the council would start from the position that you would not be recommending that unless you considered it was necessary in order to make the plan sound. In which case, if we weren't prepared to do it, the alternative would be no plan at all. And I don't think there is anybody on the council, I can't speak for all of the councillors, but we started this by saying we're committed to the plan-led process. We would rather have 15/16ths of a plan than no plan at all. And there would then be the question, well, first of all, to what extent would there be a shortfall at the end of that? That's a number crunching exercise we'd have to go through. If there was, there'd be an issue as to how we dealt with that. I think our starting point would probably be the one that you've just raised, and indeed it's where we were at the time of the last district plan, where we didn't have everything we needed. There was an SADPD which resolved that. But if it was simply 1 year at the end of the plan period, that is a matter which we would anticipate being picked up in the next review of the plan in any event.
Okay, so it's not a deal breaker either way. Mr. Barrett?
I was really, I suppose, in terms of that plan period and everything else, is actually then how the unmet need of other areas, whether it's a buffer or the unmet need or for the other authorities, is dealt with and addressed in terms of how much there is, because obviously it's a remainder at the end of the plan period that is then allocated to Crawley or whoever. So I think it is that there needs to be an understanding of when that plan period ends and what the council consider that to be in terms of relation to then how much need is left over, if that need left over is then to be addressed, is to be used to address housing needs elsewhere. So I think it's just that tension really within what the plan period is, and then relation to actually unmet needs in other areas.
As established this morning, clearly every year impacts on that figure, and obviously affordability ratios, etc. Yeah. Okay, right, thank you for that contribution. The South Downs National Park included reference to landscape character within the vision. Do we think that should be, how would I mean, personally, I don't think that would make much odds, but does anyone else have any strong views? I don't think it goes to the...
Ma'am, I think we're happy with your, we don't think that would make much odds.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, we now move on to issue 2. It is whether the spatial strategy is justified, positively prepared, effective and consistent with national policy. Chapter 6 of the plan relates to the district plan strategy. However, as far as I can see, there is no actual explicit strategy in the plan as submitted. You have 4 principles. Is there an overall spatial strategy which sets out the pattern, scale and design and quality of places and makes sufficient provision? Or is it something that one is to sort of assume from the various elements of the plan? I'd ask the council to respond to that, please.
I think we show on page 32 of chapter 6 the adopted strategy for the 2018 district plan, which was focusing development at the Bree towns and encouraging proportionate growth at other settlements. That was the adopted strategy at that time. We then explain that, and there's a question on it later, I'm sure, about the extent to which that could be carried forward. And our view is that our updated district plan strategy is set out on 30 Breeze based on the principles of essentially carrying on with that existing strategy, focusing development of the Bree towns and proportionate growth, which is essentially the third pillar of the updated district plan strategy, growth at existing sustainable settlements where it continues to be sustainable to do so. And to go further than that for this plan in order to relate to the increased housing need for the years that overlap with the current plan and the additional years at the end, we've had to go one step further, which is the 4th element, opportunities for extensions to improve sustainability of existing settlements. So we say we've carried on the current adopted district plan strategy insofar as we have planned for already out of our 20,000 or so requirement in the plan. The vast majority of that is already planned for, and so that strategy remains relevant to that extent and was adopted at that time, still relevant for this plan. But we've added an additional element, the 4th element, on page 33, which is for the top-up and the additional housing needs since.
Okay, does anyone want to come in at this point, or should I carry on? Okay. If I was the developer, or indeed if I were a planning, I am a planning inspector, but please don't worry. But were I a planning inspector who was determining an appeal in this district, and I had your district plan strategy, how would I say this would impact on how the plan, where development should go? Because it's always very useful, in my opinion, when I'm a Section 78 planning inspector, to have a nice strategy, because then I can think, particularly for housing sites, it's something that is quite important where the development is in terms of the housing strategy, where it falls. So how would this help me? And does anybody think it would?
I can, not coming from a developer perspective, but I think that's a question that we've been grappling with here. How would it help you as a spatial strategy? And the reason we say this, and I don't know if this is precisely the point you're driving at, is that we understood that sort of 4-part flowchart on, I think it was page 33, to be the spatial strategy. That's what we understood. And it's that 4th part where you're going to improving sustainability of existing settlements. When you then go to what we understand to be the categorization of those settlements, and that's the 5 categories on page 40, you'll see there, Mum, that what they've done is the council have divided between category 1 towns down to category 5 hamlets. And under the characteristics and functions, as you go down, sites become presumably less sustainable. So as we understand this spatial strategy, Mum, where that 4th element pushes you towards is pushing development as extensions towards category 5 and possibly 4 settlements. to make those more sustainable, i.e. extensions to make more sustainable, because that's within the wording of that fourth part of the flowchart. And you know, we're not here to make representation of whether that's appropriate or not. We have concerns about how that's been applied on certain sites. I'm sure we'll come on to that later. But I think that's how we've understood that to operate in practice.
Okay. Ms Piper.
Thank you, Mum. I guess I'm just going to expand slightly on the point I made earlier this morning in reference to what seems to be missing in terms of when you're looking at the need within the district, but also that unmet need and where that need is coming from, and how you would apply that to looking at the district the district as a whole, and looking at its constraints, looking at things like a landscape strategy, looking at other types of constraints that are more strategic in nature around the settlements and the sustainability of those settlements, which sort of links to the point that's just been made. And there seems to be this big sort of spatial strategy piece of work that's gone, that hasn't happened. So it's gone from just looking at the council's numbers and then gone straight into site selection, as opposed to a spatial pattern of development that could be looked at either to satisfy the council's need, but and or the unmet need as well. And I completely concur with the point that's just been made, and then you jump to where the bigger towns, the settlement hierarchy, the bigger towns to a large extent have been ignored. You've got a significant amount of development in a category 3 settlement. You've got, it's only Burgess Hill really as a category 1 town that has a significant number. Then the rest are in category 2 and category 3. So it seems that even in the absence of strategic planning, of looking at how the district could function in its geography with others, that actually the objectives that the council have put themselves, they haven't actually applied as they've gone through. So I think it's there isn't a pattern, is there? And that's, I think that's goes to the nub of your question. There's not a pattern because they haven't looked at how it relates to where the need is, and the scale is not necessarily applicable in terms of their own settlement hierarchy and the sustainable functions, facilities and services that those settlements have, and how that relates to an increase in population.
Thank you, Ms Piper. I see. Well,
from what has just been said. Yeah, sorry, just to carry on from what's been said, I was going to come on to this on question 36, but I think what, but it feeds into what we're sort of saying here is that you've got this spatial strategy and a lot of work that's gone into the spatial strategy there. Then you've got the site selection process, and a lot of work has gone into the site-specific selection of the sites. And then there appears to be a gap between that spatial strategy, how you get from that to then assigning development on a wider scale rather than on a smaller scale. So on a wider scale, how do you get from that spatial strategy to applying it to actual settlements within the districts? And what I'll probably come on to it for question 36, but we've done it for, I've done an example about how we've tried to apply the 4 principles to ANSTI and how ANSTI may have looked. And so we've gone, I'll explain that process when I get to it, but how it looks from that point and how it gets to that point of applying the development to it. But I just wanted to add that.
Mr Griffin. Mr Gibbon.
more than transition from the current strategy into the new strategy, which I just want to highlight. The current strategy has been a very effective strategy. We have a delivery figure in this in this district which is approaching almost 150%. Outstanding. There has been no audit of the actual strategy in the way that it placed minimum requirements on each of the communities. So that means that what we've got is a mixture across the district of communities which have delivered their requirement or delivered more than their requirement, and communities which have fallen short of their requirement. And those homes, because it represents homes for people, have therefore dropped out as we've moved to the new spatial strategy. And the second point is that we have that, I'll come back to it on 36, but there hasn't been an assessment of the impact of the development which has been gone on in terms of the way that it has met the criteria to enhance facilities. And in my own village of Crawley Down, that has been particularly disappointing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayhew?
Thank you, ma'am. My position on it is that the strategy appears to have been used more as a matrix or a cascade approach to sieve and assess the comparative merits and demerits of candidate housing sites, rather than it has been used as a force to drive an overall distribution strategy on the front foot. It's been used on the back foot. If I can give as an example of that, in the examiner, your colleague in the Mid-Sussex Site Allocations DPD, concluded that, and if I quote here, it is clearly important to enable the organic growth of settlements within the AONB wherever this is sustainable. If that were transferred and moved forward into this planned strategy, I would have expected to see some analysis of how achievement of that organic growth could have been undertaken. But what appears to have happened instead is that the headline of protecting the AONB has been used to all intents and purposes as a method of ruling out almost all potential growth in those AONB villages, even where it may have been suitable, in order to achieve organic growth in the interests of sustainability. So that, just as an example of my concern in how the strategy has been used to assess housing sites, but not necessarily drive an overall approach to distribution on the front foot. Thank you, ma'am.
I'd just like to sort of concentrate on the actual issue. Thank you of an actual strategy where a policy, because most plans, I think, to be fair, have got a strategy plan which gives everyone a clear understanding of where the council expects growth to take place, where growth is less appropriate. It's, it's sort of bread and butter local plans. And I just wondered why the council hasn't undertaken a strategy or hasn't got a specific strategy as a policy, or how the council would react were I to suggest that to make the plan sound, it required a strategy.
Can I just start, and Mr. Marsh can come in if there's anything I've missed. And I think when you initially put the question, it was in terms of, if I was sitting here as an inspector, where would I look for the answer? And the circumstance in which that's most likely to arise would not be, I mean, this is the local plan examination, so I had assumed at the stage you were talking about a Section 78 appeal. And that's important because a lot of the representations you've heard have not been about the approach to individual applications, but about whether the strategy for the allocation and distribution of sites as allocations is correct. And I mean, that's a relevant question. I mean, you've got another question elsewhere about whether it's clear where growth should go, to which the council's response would be, well, to the extent that there are allocations, the allocations are very clear. To the extent that you are looking at individual applications, particularly in 78 appeals, there are development control policies in the plan which tell you, whether if you're within settlement boundaries, approach X, if you're outside settlement boundaries, approach Y, if you're in the AOMB, something else again. So in terms of your question, where would a Section 78 inspector look? The starting point for that would be, a council would say, the particular policies that are relevant, whether it's in an urban area, whether it's in a settlement boundary, whether it's in the open countryside. If one is looking for an overarching strategy to work out where we have got to, we come back to the points, the four blue boxes that Mr. Marsh took you to. And what one would get from that, the council would say, is the recognition that there's, if you like, aside from protection of the high-wheeled AOMB, which is more a be careful before you go here, but the others are, where do you start looking first? And we're told, where the council has been in the past, concentrating on the main towns, concentrating on the urban areas, and then extensions to the existing towns. Those things are still there in the second and third points. They have not gone away. So if anybody comes up with a site which is within those are clearly still in frame. And indeed, if there is, as been suggested, a cascade here, they are at the higher levels of the cascade. But what this is also telling you is that at the point of this plan, the council has recognised that those upper 3 points are not enough, that it's necessary to come down to the next level. And the final level there is not a free-for-all. It is not you can go to any existing settlement and bolt on to that. The key point is that if you're looking to do that, it has to be in circumstances where is there an opportunity, it has to be an extension to an existing settlement, and it has to bring with it the ability to improve the sustainability of that settlement. And the extent to which it will be able to do that is something that you then need to read together with the site settlement hierarchy. But that's certainly the council's intention as to the overall guidance that you would get from this. You will obviously need to form a view as to whether that's good enough and precise enough, whether we should rephrase it or put it in a box which specifically says this is the overarching strategy. You will have seen other policies which sometimes have a cascade approach to coming down. In the first place, you go to tier 1 settlements and come down. We could probably reproduce that in a policy of that form if you thought it was necessary. But the way the council's approached it is that is what we're being told. We've already reached the third step, the last stage there. So an application which came before a Section 78 appeal in that last category would be an appropriate solution, but it would need to be an extension and it would need to improve the sustainability of the existing settlement. That was what I wanted to say. Mr. Marsh, I don't really want to add anything or possibly pick up well, no, if you wanted to add anything.
Nothing to add.
No, all right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. That's not really a policy, is it? If you don't mind me saying.
It's not a policy because it doesn't say it's a policy.
No, it doesn't say it's a policy. You say you could sort of put it in a box and it would become a policy.
Sorry, what I meant, you could create an overarching policy out of that if you wished to.
But wouldn't there have to be some spatial? Isn't the issue that the word spatial comes into play? And don't you need a spatial strategy? So you can have a strategy, and I see you talk about sustainable growth at sustainable settlements, where it continues to be sustainable to do so. And then you can improve the sustainability of existing settlements. But I'm sure all these clever people around this table would be able to argue the toss one way or t'other, couldn't you, as how you're improving the sustainability of an area or whether it's a sustainable settlement. I mean, how much framework, how much of a skeleton does that give me as a Section 78 inspector? I mean, I'm sure you're, as I say, all very clever, and I'm sure you'd all be able to argue the toss one way or the other, wouldn't you? I don't know. Does anybody else want to come in on this? Mr. Buckwell.
Well, I think this all comes back to one of the points I was making yesterday about the site selection process, where you've got sites in Tier 1 settlements which have been rejected at the site selection stage because they are on the edge of a settlement and considered not to be sufficiently sustainable. This is why it's so important to have a proper strategy and proper strategic policies, as paragraphs 20 and 21 of the NPPF require, to set out what is it that you are aiming for as a council for your overall strategy, and then how can you get the rest of how can you get your sites to best fit into that strategy?
I appreciate your point, Mr. Brown, that it's a strategy, but it's not a spatial strategy as far as I can see. And I may be, if someone wants to tell me I'm wrong, please do so now rather than Mr. Spry. Thank you.
But, probably make a very foolish thing of saying you're wrong. No, I suppose the spatial strategy is partly a function of the geography and constraints within the district. So you have different sort of settlements of different types, but the settlement, the district as a whole isn't a sort of blank canvas, just with a series of settlements of different sizes. Large areas of it are fundamentally constrained by the national landscape and South Downs National Park. And you then have clearly the main towns, the Category 1 settlements that are there. And frankly, when you sort of strip that away, you're actually left with a much sort of smaller group of settlements, which in a sense, I mean, I kind of accept the point that it's not sort of written out in very sort of clear terms, but the sort of spatial strategy is a sort of manifest product of the sort of assemblage of all the different components of it. And I kind of agree, you could probably write that up in a sort of a neater, more sort of composite fashion in that sort of section. But I think there is a spatial strategy there because it's implicit in the geography of the district.
Ms. Piper.
Yeah. Thank you. I actually disagree with that point. I disagree with that point. I think you've quite rightly, pointed out that the strategy is in the blue boxes, but the spatial strategy that should flow from that does not. I mean, if you look at other local plans, they would, brownfield first. They would look after the landscape, so those first two boxes. Then they'd look at sustainable settlements, but they probably normally define those as to what they are, whether they're Tier 1, Tier 2, or whatever, and then the opportunities that exist elsewhere. So I can see it's there, it's just not very specific. But then you'd think that strategy, those 4 boxes, would be brought down to the settlement hierarchy that the council have developed themselves, and then that strategy could be applied spatially to that, but within the overall geography and locational strategy that's required in regard to not just the constraints of the district, but obviously its neighbouring needs, housing needs around that. And that's where you'd get, probably, I would suggest, or maybe it should have been tested, that there should have been different options tested. So you do get in other local authorities where you would look at those, just developing in Tier 1 or settlements, for example, or do you spread the pain strategy? That we've all seen it. We've all been to numerous examinations where you see these different options that have been tested. We haven't got that here. We've just gone straight to site selection, and I would agree with you, Mum, that there is the strategy, but then there isn't a spatial strategy that sits within that.
Thank you, Ms. Piper. I mean, before I go down too much, you will have your time in court, so hopefully not in court, but you'll have your time. In
call my witness instead of dealing with it myself.
I mean, obviously, Ms. Piper has alluded to things which relate to questions further down the line.
And indeed, yesterday's questions as well.
And so just concentrating on my question, is it a spatial strategy? As I say, the way I'm thinking is that it's probably not, and that it might be helpful for the council to provide a spatial strategy, because I heard what Mr. Spry said about, I mean, there's the belt, let's not beat around the bush. You've got Mid-Sussex is like a sort of Neapolitan ice cream or whatever, isn't it? I don't know how many, or is there 3 or 4? 3 or whatever you are. You have that girth in the middle, haven't you, which is between the national landscape at the north and South Downs. So that's your issue. However, Mr. Spry can wax eloquently about all these different different elements of it, but a plan is meant to, you don't require Mr. Spry with you when you're making a decision. You need to just have it set out in a plan. And I think that's where there's a missing element to that. But in doing that, it will be much less ambiguous, I suppose is the point. And that is something that the council would have to address. And it may be, I don't want to prejudge the site allocation process, because it may well be that Mr. Spry's site is a fabulous site. And it could be brought forward separately from the strategy. I mean, I say it may well be, I'm not saying it is. Yeah, but what I'm saying is I'm not prejudging necessarily how all the development would relate to it, but I think to have a strategy would be exceptionally helpful in terms of having a positively prepared plan, which was, because you have so many elements within this, the first few pages of all this information, and it's all coming at different angles, and it's quite difficult to come to terms with what it actually means. I don't know. Again, does anyone else, does that resonate with anyone? Mr. Mayhew.
Yes, just really to echo your point, and looking at the second strand, making effective use of land, that could mean any number of different things in any number of different situations, whether you're talking about a town centre, a city centre, a village centre, and so on and so forth. And having a spatial strategy that lets you interpret what that means and how that might be applied, I think makes it eminently easier for a decision maker, or indeed anybody engaging with the process, to understand what might be trying to be achieved by the plan.
Thank you. Mr. Boyle.
Madam, thank you. We're hot desking this afternoon.
I noticed, to be fair.
Space constraints. This is entirely inappropriate because I'm about to ask the inspector a question. Let me see if I've correctly understood your concern, and then I might be able to address it.
You're supposed to ask some questions.
I'm not actually asking a question. No, I'm making that as a preamble. As I understand the position that is causing concern to you at this stage, it's not that there isn't a strategy, as you put it, there isn't a spatial articulation of that strategy in the document. Which,
to be honest, it may be a bit of both, but at the moment, that strategy, whatever it may be, is not a spatial strategy. It's not a spatial articulation, as you put it. Therefore, it's very difficult to really work out whether it's sound and positively produced or anything.
That's what I understood, and that's what leads me to make this observation.
No, I don't want observations. I want you just to answer my question. You know, do you think a spatial strategy is an issue?
The short point, Madam, forgive me, is there is, we respectfully suggest, there is a strategy, you've identified it's not spatially articulated. Land Friend says we could put it into a box. In the same way, you could put the spatial aspect of it into a box, into a map. People have asked about identifying the settlements to which the various stages of the strategy then lead to development being acceptable in those locations. What we see for our part, no, Mrs. Bryce cites allocated, so of course it's accepted, as far as the authority is concerned, encouraged. But what we see is that there is a cascading approach of the strategy to the 4 items identified. That has then been coupled by the authority's exercise of finding sites. So that gives locations for where those principles turn into what is appropriate by way of allocation. There are also, of course, permissive policies within settlement boundaries and all the rest to add on to that. There's nothing that would amount to changing the plan or the plan's approach as such.
Well, I'm not at that point. All I'm asking, bear with me, I'm still on question 33, and the question is, do you have a spatial strategy? And I'm saying, as it stands, you don't.
Well, the answer
well, then we'll move on to what that strategy should be. It's a different, in terms of a spatial strategy, that's a different
The answer I respectfully suggest, Madam, is they do. They've got a strategy, and the strategy has informed the locations which are identified as being acceptable for development. That could be written up in whichever form you like as a spatial strategy to meet the point. But the plan itself doesn't change in terms of the strategy. So all you're missing from the exercise is the spatial articulation, as I put it, and that can be done through a main mod.
Indeed, I will be asking the council to make if I come to that stage, I will be asking them to make a main mod to make a spatial strategy. What that main mod will be, clearly, is up to me as a planning inspector. As we've already established, I am a planning inspector. Right at the beginning of this afternoon's session. Mr. Murray-Cox.
Thank you. I hope this doesn't stray beyond the realms of wanting to keep this to the question you've asked. It doesn't strike me, and we've put this in our statement today, that this is a plan with a strategy. It is a plan which is the consequence of allocations, little more than that. And it may well be that if a strategy was written and then assessed, that it would be a different plan with different consequences. And that this is probably going to stray into answers to other questions. But if that strategy were, for example, to meet needs where they arise, Ms. Piper's point, then that might have regards to the affordability of Crawley versus Mid-Sussex, for example, to the affordable housing needs arising from Crawley, and whether or not it is right for people who need affordable housing needs to jump over further into the district from where their needs arise, further away from family and from work and school and so on. So it may well be a different plan that arises from a result. So what's really important here, I think, is that the strategy that arises from your modification, the council's modification, is not retrofitted to this plan. It's got to be the right strategy for Mid-Sussex.
Thank you.
Thank you, yes. I must disagree with some people here that it's just simply a matter of presentation. I think there's the lack of strategy leads to issues within the plan. In terms of this cascade, as it's been referred to, the allocations within the plan must presumably meet one of these strategic principles, which would lead us to assume that the development of Crabbit Park is either the growth of the village of Copthorne, or it's an extension to Copthorne that can improve the sustainability of the settlement. Looking at the promoter's vision for that development, is described as Crabbit Park Village. And if you look at it spatially, there's 600 metres of A road between Crabbit Park Village and Copthorne with no footway. So it's hard for me to understand how the council is presenting this as an improvement to the village of Copthorne with new facilities that residents can
I'm
use.
not dealing with specific
But
site.
I'm just trying to provide an example to why this ambiguity then means you can struggle to connect the actual spatial strategy with the policies that then arise within the plan. And I think that is a fundamental issue that can't just be overcome with a new diagram or a box around and some of the wording. So I think it leads to fundamental issues with the soundness of the plan as a result.
A follow-up question that I have made to myself was, does the strategy relate to unmet needs? Does it include unmet needs? And I would imagine the council would say it was sort of number neutral. Is that correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. Whether that's correct or not, or is a moot point, but I'm just wanting to clarify that that's what you approach. In terms of para 11 of the plan, and the plan being positively prepared, would you say that this strategy is positively prepared? Sorry, I'm not 100% sure why I've said that, to be fair, so ignore me on that point, but it's... Yeah, ignore me on that one point. Okay, unless the council wants to argue the toss anymore, I think I will go away and consider what I would be wanting you to do. However, as it stands, I don't think that actually is effective. That's what Mr. Spry was saying. You were saying it was implicit. Didn't you say something was implicit, or, you know, which is great, but it's not that great if you're actually trying to determine a planning application or determine a strategy for the council. But I would slightly disagree with Mr. Brown on my right. There is no Mr. Brown on my left today, is there? That the spatial strategy has to influence where you have allocated sites.
I'm not suggesting it does have to, if you understood me, but I mean, the spatial strategy should be relevant both to where you allocate sites,
Yeah.
and also to where at a Section 78 appeal or an application level, the local authority might, or the inspector might say yes or no. The spatial strategy is obviously relevant to that, not necessarily determinative. In this case, I mean, this goes back to the discussion we had about alternatives tested at the essay stage yesterday, and options 1, 2, 4 and 5. And as you know, the existing plan is predicated on option 1. That remains part of this plan because we've carried all those sites over. And self-evidently, if somebody came up with a windfall site, which wasn't an allocation but still respected the option 1 approach, the council, that we would regard that as within the strategy that is in this plan. What this plan does is it tops up what's needed for the remainder. It recognises that option 1 is not enough and takes it a stage further. And that is what we've done in the selection of sites. It's not true that the approach is simply led by the allocations. In choosing allocations, we have been guided by the 4th point, that this isn't simply adding on to settlements wherever they may be, not allocating sites wherever they may be. We've allocated ones which accord with that last tier. And so you will have a view about whether it's clearly articulated enough to be a strategy, but I'm grateful for the way Mr. Boyle put it. We would say that is the strategy. If it's not sufficiently clearly articulated, if it needs to be a policy, that's something you will consider in the main modifications. And Madam, you're pushing at an open door if that's your view about where you think the plan should go. We would be perfectly happy to take that forward as a proposal.
Okay. I mean, clearly, what that strategy included is that we carry on with examination. But,
Indeed,
but it's the principle of having a geographical, spatially articulated strategy is...
We thought we were there. You obviously have reservations about that. If you want us to go further, we will.
I do, yes. Okay, thank you. Right. I'd like to go on to, I think it must be question 34, is it? Does a spatial strategy make the effective use of land? Is that right, Mr. Brown? Is that number 34? Yeah. Okay. You talked about making effective use of land as being your sort of, what's one of your key principles. How does that relate to chapter 11 of the framework? Including densities. I mean, to be brutally honest, I think we could save a lot of time if I asked you to do a action point on working out how the framework, chapter 11, relates to your plan. Because at the moment, because we discussed the densities yesterday, didn't we? And how some local authorities have density policies and, you know, all those issues. And I just wondered whether you could do an action point on that, just to clarify to me how that relates to it, because...
Can I just ask, just for clarity, so because you said we need to make sure we are doing what you've asked us to,
absolutely, sorry.
Because question 34 is effective use of land, including previously developed land.
Yes.
Yesterday, you asked us this question about effective use, specifically in the context of densities.
Yep.
And that's the agenda item we've got at the moment. Is your question today, as it were, simply reaffirming this also under question 34, or is there some extra element that you're asking us to do? Is this a new action item or simply a reaffirmation of yesterday's?
It's a reaffirmation, but it's also, for example...
But by picking up on chapter 11, is that?
Chapter 11, because chapter 11 would provide, well, it's a bit of a strategy, isn't it, really, to be fair?
So, ma'am, it seems to me, particularly from the way you've just put it, that rather than having that as two separate action points, it's a single piece of work.
Yes,
Are you
I'm
happy
also-
if we roll those together?
Yes.
I'm very grateful, that's helpful.
Does anyone have any comment in relation to that action point? Because I think it rather demonstrates the ambiguity of the term making effective use of land. Thank you. 35, we've sort of really gone over that again, haven't we? In that I've also referenced infrastructure and where the majority of development is to take place. And I think probably not to go over old ground, isn't the answer no? But I don't want to prejudge.
Ma'am, in terms of where the majority of development is to take place, we anticipate that being on the allocated sites, and that is absolutely clear because they are allocated. If by majority, I mean, we wouldn't anticipate anything that comes forward through the planning application process to be the majority of development. But if you're talking about of that which comes forward, is it clear where that goes? That may go back to the discussion we've had about strategy.
And just to add, Ma'am, in terms of the allocations, as that Mr Brown's pointed us towards, there is a specific box for each of those allocated site policies saying infrastructure, with a list of those that would be on site. So it's clear where that infrastructure is going to happen. And then obviously financial contributions towards the provision of where it is not being proposed on site.
Okay, I might need to go back a bit. I'll go to question 36 now. In fact, no, what we'll do is we'll break for 20 minutes and we'll come back to question 36, which is how were the settlements defined as different categories? I think that's a good point because that's gone, so we've gone from the theoretical to the specific, okay? Right, thank you very much, everyone. We'll return at 3:20. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. It's now 3:20 and we're going to carry on with matter 3. Charlotte Clancy, the programme officer, has informed me that I did not ask everybody to introduce themselves at the beginning of the event. So if you do ask a question, or no asking of questions. If you respond to any of my questions, please can you introduce yourself so everybody knows who you are? That would be very helpful. Thank you. Right. Let us move on. Excuse me. How were the settlements defined as different categories? This is, and how did the council decide on the scale and level of growth attributed to the different areas / settlements in the plan? Is this justified? Okay. Now the council's given me their evidence. They reference ENV 16. So my question from that is that it appears, unless I've got something horribly wrong, to date from 2015. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
So is it up-to-date evidence?
Ma'am, we would say, sorry, Miss Chloe Salisbury on behalf of MSDC. Ma'am, we would say that it is, and that the council has checked for whether there are any material changes in circumstances, and in our view, that would be in the two potential circumstances that we've checked. The first is that whether through the implementation of the district plan, whether that has changed the category within which towns and villages sit. But as we've already discussed, the adopted plan supports the existing spatial, or the spatial strategy supports the existing hierarchy of settlements within the district. So our view is that there's no updates or implications in relation to that. The second potential source of material change would just be whether some of the indicators that have been used to identify where settlements should sit within the hierarchy have been set out, and that could be in relation to the service centres or some of the wider considerations. As part of the wider evidence base, those things were considered. So, for example, the council has done an updated retail study, which included
saying about
two
elements.
Two elements. So the first element is the implementation of the plan, and then the second element is just whether incidentally there have been other material changes in circumstance. And what I was saying, Ma'am, is in relation to the wider evidence base, where that would interact with some of the factors considered in the settlement hierarchy review, that those things have been looked at. So, for example, the number of retail units and the nature of those is a key determinant in terms of where settlements sit in the hierarchy. So as part of the retail study, the council did a health check for category 1 towns and category 2 larger villages. As part of the infrastructure delivery plan, there has been collation of information on existing provision, etc., etc. So as part of those pieces of work, they have reinforced that the existing piece of work in 2015 is still up to date.
Do you have anything as like a standalone document to demonstrate that the 2015 study is still up to date?
There's no document which draws together the points that Ms Salisbury's just made, Mum, no. I think what the council would say, work was going on for those other purposes. It was obviously in officers' minds in deciding whether or not it was necessary to produce an updated document, but in a world where they were not aware of, couldn't see any evidence of change, that hasn't been done as a freestanding item, no.
I'm going to home in on Anne Stye, that's right, isn't it? That's how you, Anne Stye, that's how you pronounce it, is that correct? Yep. I have written, and I may be wrong, there are two allocations from the existing plan at Anne Stye, is that right? So how has that impacted on its position in the settlement, the categories? So you've got that as for small village, is that correct? And that would remain as a small village because it's to do with the limited services. Is that the be all and end all?
Happy to take. Going back again to ENV 16 and the definition between what makes a category 1, 2, 3 and 4 settlement and the range of criteria that are set out in ENV 16, the provision of those additional dwellings at Anstey wouldn't change its position in the hierarchy.
Okay. And those have been transferred to the plan in terms of page 40 of the plan?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone, Mr Griffin, want to come in?
Oh, yes, thank you. Patrick Griffin, Anstey Residents Group. We don't, so on this question here, we don't understand what the justification is for the amount of development which has been assigned to Anstey within the context of the spatial strategy. And so just so going, not to cover old ground, but going back to the spatial strategy and the 4 key principles there.
Mr Griffin, can I cut you off at the pass? In terms of my initial question, I believe, was where they sat on they sat in the categories of settlements.
Yep.
So the categories of settlements have been evidenced by ENV 16 or 15. It's now a question, so the next question is the scale and level, how is the scale and level of growth justified? Yeah, and how has that been done? Ms Salisbury? Or whoever wants to answer from the council.
I will start, and Mr Marsh may well come in. So as we talked about yesterday, Ma'am, there are, from our point of view, sort of 2 kind of parallel elements that have come together in the allocation of sites, which relates to how much development is proposed at each settlement. At one level is the work that we did that's documented in the essay around the reasonable alternatives that look at different spatial strategy options for the district. And the second is then the work that's been progressed through the site selection process. And obviously there needs to come a point where those things, marry together. The reasonable alternatives and the spatial strategies we looked at are all well and good, but they're only capable of delivery depending on the sites that have been put forward to the council for consideration. So stage sort of 3
and 4, as it's talked about in the site selection methodology, is that point where the strategy options and the sites that made it through to that point were then looked at. And that was done both in terms of additional work on individual sites, but also looking at those in combination. And so in terms of how that translated and interacted with the settlement hierarchy, as we've talked about, the council, as far as possible, has remained with option 1, which is the existing strategy in the district plan. So that started with the 3 category 1 towns. Appendix 4 to the site selection report, which is SSP 3. I don't know if you've got that in front of you.
Sorry, SSB 3.
Yes, Appendix 4. Has a section for each settlement. And what it helpfully does is summarise all the sites that were put forward to the council and where they dropped out at the various point in the process. The bit that I wanted to draw your attention to now, Ma'am, is in relation to East Grinstead, which is one of the towns.
Sorry, can you just bear with me?
Yes, of course.
Sorry, my laptop's playing.
It's fine. It's always
silliness.
when.
I mean, I see. It's the one with all the different.
Yes.
It goes and it
Yeah,
goes
exactly.
at the end.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So you want me to look at East Grinstead in SSB 4?
And I draw your attention particularly to that settlement because some of the comments we've heard today could seem to imply that it's obvious that the towns could grow sort of in infinitum almost to address the housing needs of the authority and beyond. But I think the example of East Grinstead nicely encapsulates, because only one site got through to this further testing stage where we're matching sites with strategy. Only one site got through to that stage, and that's for a yield of 45 homes. So I think what this is seeking to demonstrate is that we have looked at each settlement, we've gone down the settlements, through category 1, and category 2, but through that process there was just not sufficient sites either individually or whether when assessed in combination to meet the district's needs, let alone contribute to unmet needs. So that is then sort of when the 4th pillar comes into play. And so what the appendix helps to explain for those sites that got to stage 3 is how we looked at those sites at each settlement, how we made strategic choices around which sites, either together or individually, would either make, would achieve that 4th pillar. But Mr. Marsh, I don't know if there's anything else you want to come in and say on this point.
The only additional point I would make is referring back to policy DPH1 housing, which tells us that we've got a total supply of just over 20,000 dwellings, of which in the submitted plan, almost 12 and a bit thousand of those are already planned for. So they've already had permission, they've already been allocated in the site allocations DPD, or been allocated in the district plan. And of course, those allocations, or neighbourhood plans, those allocations would themselves have taken into account the settlement hierarchy. We distributed those dwellings in accordance with the settlement hierarchy at those times. So that there is a tendency, I think, to look at this plan and say there is no development happening at the town such as East Grinstead, and Ms Salisbury has told us that's correct in terms of this plan, but there is development that has already been secured at East Grinstead through the site allocations, DPD, for example, and other commitments. So you need to look at the whole thing in the round if you want to do a comparison between the amount that is attributed to each of the four categories. You need to look at the total 20,616 supply figure and where that sits in the category against each category, as opposed to just the allocations in this plan.
Mr Griffin.
So just coming back to that fourth pillar, as the council was saying, and how that fourth pillar, and we were talking earlier about how that fourth pillar in the spatial strategy is applied, and about how that should be applied to the allocation, and within the policy, it says that it should be development of scale which can provide the infrastructure, services which will not only meet the needs of the new community, but those of the existing community as well. And it's enshrined within this 20-minute neighbourhood principle as well. So Anstey itself doesn't meet the 20-minute neighbourhood principles. It's a category 4 settlement. The sites which have been put forward don't provide or do not provide enough infrastructure to support. All that's being provided is housing, and so there's no infrastructure which will serve the existing community as well. So it's difficult to square how you can put that attribution to Anstey with that level of growth, with just putting houses on there and not actually and that not actually being complicit with the spatial strategy in particular that fourth pillar.
Can I just stop you there? Obviously, I'm not determining when you're talking about Anstey, you're talking about any growth coming from this plan?
Yes, so just going back to the first principles, I can see what the council is saying, and they're saying that there's constraints, and there's constraints across the districts, and therefore you have to go down the settlement hierarchy.
Yes, can you remind me what the site reference, please, for Anstey?
DPA 16 and 17. And you have to go down those categories. I think it's worth reminding that this is the only category 4 settlement where growth is being considered. All the others, there is zero growth being considered. And it's also worth considering that other sites which are higher up the table within the strategy, which provide potential for proportionate growth, such as Skeins Hill, have been provided with half the amount of growth which Anstey is supposed to be afforded. And so, again, it comes back to these 4 pillars. It's not a sustainable settlement, as the council has said, and so you've got to go on this last 4th pillar, and it's not an extension which improves the sustainability of the existing settlement. It's just an addition of 75 houses.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sorry, your one is up as well, sir. Yeah, I can't actually see it because you've got it facing the wrong way.
Oh, have I? Oh, that's me. Yeah. Sorry, Simon Stokes. I'm chairman of the the Anstey Staplefield Parish Council.
Yeah.
The one thing I wanted to say in regard to this is that in the site allocation for the site assessment for Anstey, it mentions facilities that don't actually exist in Anstey, which I think is quite significant. There is mention of 4 bus stops, for example. There is only 2. We only have a bus service that runs through 3 times a week, the service only runs 3 times a week, and on the days it's running, it's 3 times a day. And in addition, it mentions a place of worship, the church, which closed in the 1990s, a pub that closed in 2011, and what is described as a convenience shop, which is effectively a garage forecourt kiosk. It's slightly larger than a kiosk, but you wouldn't call it a convenience shop, I don't think.
Okay, so that really refers back to my earlier
It
question.
refers to something that in the evidence base that I think probably needs updating.
So in terms of, sorry, I mean, I will, on the basis, I mean, obviously you haven't been one of these before, so I'm not going to, well, you may have been one of these before.
No, I haven't.
But yeah, I mean, I want to give the council the opportunity to come back. So we'll actually go back to the previous question. Ms Salisbury, how do you respond to that? Given, you know, it's 2015.
Yes, I would take you to, back to ENV 16, paragraph 3.15. Actually, that whole section starting paragraph 3.13, limited local service centres, which is one of the criteria for determining what category you sit in. And we say there, to qualify as a limited local service centre, settlement must have or share a maximum of 2 of the following. And in the case of Anstey, 1 or more retail uses which must include a convenience store, and it has one. It doesn't have an infant or primary school. It does have a village hall / community centre, and it doesn't have a public house, and that's repeated in the second bullet point under the bold Anstey below. So it has or shares a maximum of 2 of those following in that list at 3.15, and that's why it's defined as a limited local service centre.
Okay, all right, thank you. Even if, sorry, Mr. Sprague. Yeah, even if the council sort of falls on its sword and says what we put in this ENV 16 is wrong in terms of specifics, the actual categorisation remains consistent. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Would you mind if we then move back to the next question? Mr. Gibson, you got your Toblerone on, but I would prefer just to move on to the previous. Yeah, the question. It was, we were talking about the level of growth, weren't we? And Ms Salisbury has gone through how where the development that comes forward meets the strategy or the 4 principles. So, Mr. Brown, welcome back from CPRE.
Michael Brown from CPRE. I'm looking at the graph on page 32 of the plan dealing with the potential for further growth. And I share the concerns that I think sounds as though you have, Madam, about the absence of any explanation of how any particular village or town fits into one or other of these categories for having a potential or lack of potential for further growth. It seems to me entirely arbitrary which of these categories some of these communities have ended up in. For example, whilst East Grinstead, that the council was referring to, is identified as a town with limited further growth potential, we look at Ashurst Wood as, in the second column, as having potential for proportionate growth, notwithstanding that it's within the area of outstanding natural beauty, and notwithstanding that when you actually look at the allocations, as far as I can see, there is only one proposed allocation for development within Ashurst Wood, and that's for a maximum of 8 to 12 houses. It seems illogical that it should end up in category 2 as having potential for further growth when further growth isn't proposed, and question mark whether it's suitable for it. Burgess Hill, on the other hand, which is going to have the west of Burgess Hill extension to it as a major settlement, is shown as also in category 2 as potential for proportionate growth rather than high growth. It doesn't seem to be logical, and I don't see any explanation of how the particular communities have ended up in the places they have on the graph. Thank you.
Mr. Merritt, if you'd introduce yourself.
Of course, well, it's Charles Merritt from acting on behalf of Wild. And I think in full agreement with the point Mr. Brown made, and just picking up on that, that as far as we can see, there is really a disconnect or no nexus between the potential for growth at various settlements and the categorisation of those settlements. So again, going back to Sayers' comment, that's identified in the ENV document as a category 3, and that carries through to this local plan. And we've checked that, and we think that remains correct to this day. And yet Sayers Common is one of the 2 settlements which has been identified for high growth. And we can see, and nor does the plan put forward really any justification for that. And going to the question you ask, we don't think that what's happened here is that there is any nexus or connection between scale of growth and categorisation of settlements. What we think's happened, and I think this goes back to the discussion we were having earlier today, so I don't want to tread on that, and indeed yesterday, is ultimately to do with the flaws in the site selection process and the SA in terms of what options were and weren't considered. And so that's where we think the scale and level of growth has come from, and that's what it can be attributed to, as opposed to the categorisation of those settlements.
Mr. Buckwell.
Yes, Jonathan Buckwell, DHA Planning, on behalf of Catesby Estates. Completely agree with the last 2 speakers on this. There doesn't seem to be too much logic on some of the settlement categorisation there. And it does very much come back to the site selection process and some of the flaws that we identified yesterday, particularly with the lack of proper evidence base. To give you a non-site specific example on that, the lack of proper heritage evidence that seemed to be informing that site selection process. So in Haywards Heath, you have 5 sites that were rejected at the stage 2C of the site selection process. That's 153 dwellings that have been ruled out of the plan, ruled out from even being properly assessed against the whole plan strategy, such as it is, on the basis of some comments that were made sort of loosely in the site performers on heritage grounds, but without there's no proper evidence base there, as the Historic England guidance requires. There's no proper attempt to see, well, actually, could any of those issues be overcome through a different, through a particular site layout or through particular mitigation? And that is the process that was carried out last time. There is a site allocation in the site's DPD in Haywards Heath, which affected a listed building. And in that case, they went through the proper sustainability and appraisal in there, and heritage was considered there, and there were negative heritage impacts identified, but weighed up against the strategy of trying to focus development in the main settlements. It was considered on balance, and with the right mitigation in place, that particular site could come forward. So it does seem that there are opportunities in places like East Grinstead and Haywards Heath, but they're being ruled out at such an early stage on arbitrary heritage grounds. And so perfectly good sites are being rejected at an early stage when they could be making an important part of the plan here.
Mr. Bucker, I'm going to ask Mr. Mayhew to come in. I see that Mr. Warren's had his table up for a while, but I want Mr. Mayhew in, and then I'll go to you and Ms. Piper.
Thank you, Dale Mayhew, representing Hurstby Point and Sayers Common Parish Council. And the point I wish to make, and I'll try and limit it to the question that you've raised, which is about the sort of scale of growth attributed to settlements and how that decision was made in relation to Sayers Common. And as you'll be familiar, Ma'am, it's the subject of very considerable growth. And I think the observation I just wish to make at this stage is the predication on that allocation is the intent to make the settlement more sustainable. It's acknowledged in the plan as being less sustainable at the moment, and the allocation of development there seeks to improve its sustainability. But leaving that as a sort of binary statement, there's no apparent analysis as to what should be the level of growth. What is driving the quantum of growth within that settlement? Is it a scale of growth that's needed to deliver a certain level of infrastructure? And what's the sort of viability tests and questions around quantum of development needed to achieve certain levels of infrastructure? Or is it simply a case of having made the decision that growth is permissible at Sayers Common, that actually any number of dwellings and residential units can come forward on that site? And that's how it appears from the analysis of the background evidence base, is that the decision has been made that growth can take place at Sayers Common, and therefore there isn't a kind of an upper end that's being sought. There isn't a growth strategy, there isn't a scale that is deemed appropriate. It's simply the door is then open and sites can sort of follow through on it without actually considering what is seeking to be achieved, having regard to the overarching aim here of these 20-minute neighbourhoods is to deliver complete, compact and well-connected communities. So the understanding would have been is that actually to deliver this through the 20-minute neighbourhood concept would have been some coherent understanding of the totality of development that would have been needed to achieve the level of infrastructure that was required to make this settlement as sustainable as it needed to be the subject of an allocation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayhew. I'll be getting on to question 39 where I'll be addressing the issue of 20-minute neighbourhood. Mr. Warren.
Thank you, Ma'am. I just want to contribute, I hope helpfully, stay at a high level in relation to your question and address this point about whether there's a disconnect between the settlement hierarchy, which you've got on page 40, table 1, and the earlier section on pages 32 and 33. I mean, all I'm doing, Ma'am, I think here is just reading what it says. And the page 40 is about what function the places play at the moment. Category 1 town, etc., into which obviously Burgess Hill, East Grinstead and Haywards Heath fall and so on. So that's just a factual explanation, as I understand it, analysis of what's there at the moment. And that's different from the function, it seems to me anyway, just reading what it says, of the explanations at pages 32 and 33, which are about potential for growth at various settlements. So Burgess Hill, for instance, it's a potential for proportionate growth, notwithstanding the 1,350 units which are proposed to the west of Burgess Hill, because it's already the biggest place. So that's proportionate in relation to the size of the existing settlement. That's why it's not high growth. It's proportionate in relation to Burgess Hill. High growth in Copthorne, high growth in Sayers Common, because obviously in relation to the size of those existing places, what's proposed in this plan, as I understand it, is relatively high. So that's how I read it, ma'am. And I have to say, I don't see on the face of just looking at those 3 pages together, there's any inconsistency or disconnect between the two. They're just doing 2 different things. On the question of whether it's justified in the more detailed, granular stuff about Anstey and other settlements, I rather took the point that was made by Mr. Marsh and Miss Salisbury about what is described anyway, ma'am, is a signpost really rather than a detailed kind of index, if you like. Yeah. But if you look on page 32, that explanation tells you where to look to see why they're putting stuff in various places.
Thank you, yeah. Mr. Warren. Ms. Piper.
Thank you. I think where that the disconnect comes and where the confusion, clearly the confusion that's around the table is coming from, is that just this lack of explanation has how we got from one place to another. So we got the numbers, and I think the phrasing on page 32 of the plan, which obviously for most people is what they look at, and it says, given the environmental and infrastructure constraints within some areas of the district, existing committed development and locations of deliverable sustainable sites with potential that have come through the SHLA, some areas within the district have higher potential for growth than others. But those environmental and infrastructure constraints aren't really expressed anywhere in a strategic way that people can understand. Say that, you know, east of somewhere is a no-go, west of somewhere is a go. And that's, so it's very difficult to understand then how, and I can understand how people have gone, well, why have these tiny little places, these category 3, got disproportionate developments when others that have had, maybe have had continuous development for a while, and therefore have got very little in relative nature to their size this time round. And I'm not sure that's an argument that I would accept, that just because it's had development in the previous plan doesn't mean to say it shouldn't have any more if it actually fulfills the strategy of the council and sustainable development. And I know we will come on to the 20-minute settlement ideas, but that's a wholly different sort of idea. But I think that the fact is that these ideas haven't been tested, and we've gone straight to this bottom-up approach where we've looked at individual sites, and a lot of people have said it today and yesterday, that the weight given to things like the heritage issues that Mr. Buckwell has mentioned may be disproportionate in comparison to, say, impact on the Airbnb or whatever. But equally, that site could, on balance, be quite good because it's in walking distance to a train station, for example. That without those things being tested, it's very difficult to understand. So, and I made the point earlier, a top-down strategic approach is what's missing. And I think the bottom-up is skewed this whole idea between what has gone and been allocated to smaller settlements.
Thank you, Mr. Piper. Mr. Agnew, wanted to come in? Remember to introduce yourself.
Thank you. It's Richard Agnew from Gladman. I've not got much further to add from what's been said. Just one point, I suppose, is in terms of that starting point that the council referred to, and we heard in their opening statement how effective the strategy has been and how it is working, and I'm struggling to see why, in effect, reinventing that wheel and taking such a different approach this time round. We're looking to the period 2039, 40 or 41, so another extra 10 years, and a lot of these settlements are having next to no growth, and they're clearly identified as sustainable places, but it all comes back down to that original site selection process and the weight that's given to that, and how some sites have been ruled out forever. They're never going to come forward in the next 15 years for a point that you brought up yourself yesterday in terms of that availability, that there could be umpteen sites out there that are never going to be brought forward or considered through this plan, when we're based on this assessment that's been done now, done before even looking at the spatial options. And it's I'm struggling. I've been struggling this afternoon. I'm trying to follow up. It's been a bit all over the place, but that's my take on it. That's my take from this. Yeah, I won't say any further.
Thank you, Mr. Agnew. I want to get back to this potential growth at settlements document on page 33. It's not really potential growth at settlements. Isn't it just where the sites are, where you've got the potential? I mean, that seems to me, are you saying this is where we want to have growth, or are you just saying this is where the sites are so we can have growth? I mean, it's a moot point, but...
You can't have growth if there aren't sites available to deliver the growth. So obviously, what sites have you got is an important part of the equation. But one also needs to look at what is it that you would get from those sites? And it's at this stage that I respectfully disagree with those who say this has been a bottom-up approach where we've just looked at sites. It hasn't been. It's the point we keep making that what we're trying to get out of it in a world where we can no longer simply rely on growth on the edges of the Category 1 settlements. What we're looking at is how can we improve the sustainability of existing settlements. So in looking at specific sites, the question has always been, if you were to develop this in relation to the existing settlement, what are we going to get, and is that going to improve sustainability? And I think one of the things that's important, and this goes to the comments that have been made about Sayers Common, where, you know, the way it's put is, well, nobody's ever asked if this is all, if you need to do this much in order to improve the sustainability of Sayers Common. That's asking the question the wrong way round. It's not about asking what do you need to do to improve the sustainability of Sayers Common, but will this proposal overall, and if the proposal is capable of delivering more, but brings with it even more infrastructure so that at the end of that process it remains sustainable, then that has been, and it's one of the reasons why Sayers Common is different from some of the others, it's because of the size of the opportunity that was there. The size of that opportunity brings with it more than the smaller allocations in some of the other areas. And so I'm going back to your basic question about, is the distribution justified? There are two stages at which one can ask that. One of them is, look at it overall in terms of the categories of settlement. And on that, I mean, Mr. Marsh hasn't taken you through the individual figures, but he has made the point that one shouldn't simply look at what the top-up that this plan is providing. One needs to remember that it also builds on a strategy which still has a number of big sites on the edge of Category 1 settlements. And I'm sure if need be, we can take you through the overall figures of where growth would be. Category 1, Category 2, Category 3, Category 4. And Mr. Marsh can do that if necessary. But you would see if we did that, that broadly speaking, the distribution is what you would expect across the different categories. There's been a lot of discussion about Anstey. Anstey is the only Category 4 settlement which has sites allocated to it. Now, we then need to look at the specific of whether that's justified, but that's broadly what one would expect of Category 4 settlements that have very little at the moment, and therefore the opportunity for making them sustainable is going to be small unless you've got a lot of land around them. So that's the overall thing, and as I say, Mr. Marsh can take you through those figures. We then come to the site specifics, where different people have different views about what their settlement can accommodate. Anstey have a view about that, and I'm sure Mr. Marsh, if need be, can explain why Anstey has the level of growth.
Sorry,
that
I
is
don't
proposed
want
there.
to sort of
If you don't want to go there, then we won't.
I'm just still getting my head round whether the level of growth attributed to different settlements, there's a rationale behind it. That's what I'm doing here. And I'm thinking, I see you two have got your Toblerones up, I haven't forgotten you. I'm just thinking about Mr. Agnew. In the future, or whatever site it is, comes forward, it's on the edge of a big settlement, and in a perfect world, you would have identified it earlier. How would you deal with that? Where is your policy to deal with that?
So we have the policy in the plan already about extensions to all settlements that are proportionate in size. That's DPH. I'll turn to it. DPH2, sustainable development outside the built-up area. And that's page 139. And that says outside defined built-up areas, as defined on the policies map, the expansion of settlements will be supported where it meets identified local housing, employment and community needs, and one for fewer than 10 dwellings.
Okay, so in terms of the scale of development, for, you know, if you have a nice big site in Kempsey or Burgess Hill or somewhere like that, or Grimstead, I mean, these sites are.
That's correct in terms of the 10 dwellings. Anything that came forward on the edge of those settlements that isn't an allocation at the moment would be in the countryside, and in this plan is protected by the countryside policy.
Okay, so we're in a position, are we not? And I will, don't worry, you can come back with me even stronger in a minute. So we're in a position, are we not, where due to the circumstances of time, a certain number of sites haven't come forward because at a particular time, whether I agree with you or not, you said that those sites weren't acceptable because you weren't convinced that they were deliverable, okay?
Or caused harm.
Yeah, but let's just put, let's say the deliverable thing, because obviously causing harm.
I just want to be clear.
Yeah, I mean, causing harm will always cause harm, won't it? It's not time specific, is it? And what I'm talking about is something that's.
Yeah, but the local authority is talking about paragraph 11 harm, and I think it's important to understand that.
No, but some sites haven't come forward because they weren't considered to be deliverable.
Well, absolutely, that's why when you said deliverable, I want to be clear what we're talking about here.
Yeah,
whether
that's what I'm saying, yeah, deliverable, as in like, at that particular time, all the belts and braces weren't, all the T's and I's and whatever weren't in a perfect alignment, all the stars, okay. At that time, those sites haven't come forward. At a particular time, sites which may have been lower down in the settlement categories have come forward. But the plan as it stands, because of the strategy and your policies, would preclude the sites on the edge of the larger developments coming forward, but would encourage sites in smaller locations from coming forward. Is that right?
It would be the way it works, and certainly you can't unallocate sites which are further down the list. But with respect, isn't that the natural consequence every time you adopt a local plan? If you say, once we've met our need, then we do have a standard NPPF compliant policy which relates to development in the countryside, because once you've met your need, then you do protect the countryside in accordance with the NPPF. And one needs to ensure that the development in the countryside policy is NPPF compliant, and that's a discussion we can have when we get to that particular policy, because we're all aware that one needs safety valves for where you go if you fall into a situation where you're not meeting the identified need or you're not hitting your housing targets.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So in terms of, we're in a Section 78 situation.
But isn't that the situation with any development plan, frankly, ma'am, you work out what your target is, you have the policies and the allocations which meet that, and beyond that, you do have development management policies which seek to protect what the NPPF tells you you're going to. And that may well mean that sites come forward which, had they been known at the time of the plan, might well have been regarded as preferable. And that may be one of the things that the developer needs to pray in aid in arguing that there are other material considerations why they should be granted permission, notwithstanding the conflict with the development plan. But it's almost inevitable that they will be in conflict unless you're going to fundamentally reappraise the way you write your development in the countryside policies. I'm struggling to think of a single local plan where like, I've seen that where that wouldn't be the case, where there's a possibility of a better, I mean, leaving aside within settlement boundaries.
I don't want to interject here, but I am. It's the consequence of not having a spatial strategy whereby if a windfall site were to come forward, if you have a spatial strategy, then you are in a stronger position to say, yes, this may be a windfall site or what have you, but my spatial strategy is such that development is to be directed to X or Y. And that's really what it's boiling down. I mean, the whys and wherefores, the minutiae are not for now. It's whether you have a sort of sense of unintended consequence of not having an articulated spatial strategy, as we were talking about earlier today, where it's clear where development is directed to, albeit you have a settlement boundary. I accept you have a settlement boundary, and by definition, if you have a settlement boundary, you have a countryside policy. Yes, I accept that. Okay, Mr. Spry.
Madam, first, can I just pick up the debate you've just been having with my learned friend? I would respectfully endorse the suggestion he made to you, which is it is commonplace and necessary in the forward plan process that there may be sites which, had they been known to be available, I'm leaving all other issues aside, available, could be allocated, but they missed that boat. And they are then in for either the next round of plan making, or they're in for a Section 78 in the context of a 5-year land supply problem. But that's just how the system is intended to operate. Otherwise, you'd have to have an open policy to anything that we didn't know about before, but is okay, we can have as well. And I don't think that's the way.
Sorry, I don't want to sort of, I've heard the conversation. I don't need to be told the same thing twice, okay? Once I've heard it, I've heard it. It may be well, I agree or don't agree, but I don't need to hear it twice. Well, Mr. Spry.
Thank you. No, sorry, that was a separate point altogether, because it came up after the reason I put my paper in. What I was on, Madam, was rather the point earlier that you had made about potential for growth being no more than where the sites were. And you'll have seen in our response to question 36, it's a matter of identifying scale for, I'm obviously particularly interested in Sayers Common. Of course, potential for growth can only work in the circumstances where it's realistic, in other words, where there is land available and promoted to do so, or else it's not potential for growth. It might be an ambition for growth, but if there's no site there, then your own tests of soundness would say it's not an effective plan, it's not deliverable. So the two have to go together. And then the question then is the scale. And as identified, we've given you the various references to the passages within the adopted plan. It's a matter of delivering a scale which can achieve the 20-minute neighbourhood principle. There isn't actually an upper level to that. At the upper level...
But I am going to be discussing 20-minute neighbourhood as a separate question.
The question was about the level of growth given to a given settlement. And the answer is, certainly for Sayers Common, you have the opportunity for delivery of development at Sayers Common at a scale that can deliver a 20-minute neighbourhood. It could be more than that. The way in which the scale has been established at Sayers Common is then by reference to what are the practical opportunities in terms of land promotion. And when you tot all those up together with the existing development, you get to a certain size, and that certain size is well in excess of what can deliver what the authority wanted, which was development above a certain critical mass. And that's how, if you trace it all through, that's how you find allocations such as at Sayers Common coming together at a certain scale. And then, forgive me for echoing again, I just endorsed my friend Mr. Warren's point about if you read the text in terms of proportionate or high growth, we'd respectfully agree with him that it's clear it's to do with the nature of the settlement in question. That's why Sayers Common is called high growth, because at the moment it's relatively small, it will become larger.
Sorry, did you want to add anything?
Just a very brief point, really. I think the site selection paper that on page 22, I think provides quite a, in the sense that there's nothing sort of hidden or difficult about, in the sense, how the strategy has emerged, and that it describes the exercise of looking at the three pillars as the starting sort of premise for identifying sites to meet need, concluding the need couldn't be met. That then comes in the fourth pillar, which is around sites to make settlements more sustainable. And then in a sense, it's almost sort of, it is that top-down, bottom-up combination where you can have a small existing settlement with no facilities, but a large level of growth could make it sustainable, just as a larger settlement or medium-sized settlement with a small number of facilities, a small level of growth could make it. So in a sense, it doesn't automatically sort of follow that you have to work down the category scale of settlements.
Yeah,
in terms of
I
where
understand the
growth should be.
principle. Yeah, thank you. Mr. Warren, if you're just going to agree with someone else.
I'm not going to vigorously or otherwise agree with anybody else. It's a separate point, ma'am. I hope it goes to your question as well.
Thank you. That is the point. Yes, thank you.
If I live in hope, the question of whether the strategy deals with the very sustainable East Grinstead site that hasn't made it for whatever reason deliverability into the plan. If you look, so missed the boat at the time, as happens, and we all know that's the way the plans get made. But in due course comes forward settlement hierarchy set out in the plan. So we know that it's next to a Category 1 settlement. Does the strategy help? The third of those aspects, as I understand it, on page 33, is it? 32 of the plan, it indicates that that type of settlement is the right location for growth if it's sustainable. Now, as at the date of the plan and the work that was done, the council, as I understand it, reading the document, went round and had a look at all the sites that were promoted, decided, rightly or wrongly, that none of them was right, none of them would lead to sustainable development. If this notional East Grinstead sustainable windfall site came forward, then the spatial strategy does indicate, it seems to me, doesn't it, that it would gain the support of that aspect of the spatial strategy, the third tier.
Yeah, to be fair, Mr. Warren, I think the council's already accepted that they're going to rejig to make a spatial strategy which would have that.
But that I think is the foundation of Mr. Warren's point, ma'am.
Yeah,
that
but
once
that's
it
my
becomes
point
a
as well, to be
policy,
fair.
prior to that it's just text.
Yeah.
But if it gets elevated to a policy, then I think Mr. Warren's point, in answer to your question on what happens, what does a Section 78 appeal inspector do is...
Yeah, that's what I've been, sorry, perhaps I've not been clear, that's what I've been wishing on about all afternoon, is that you basically need to have some policy with a spatial policy that sets out a hierarchy of where stuff should go. And I've already said that it may well be that in the circumstances that we have, Mr. Spry's and Mr. Boyle's site is, I mean, obviously we're going to do that at the site specifics. It may be an appropriate site, but it's a question of having a strategy. Mr. Pearson.
Thank you. I think there's a strand that's being missed here in that there are sites already identified in the site selection process that don't fall foul of the paragraph 11B test, don't cause significant harm, but have been rejected at stage 3 on the basis of the council not considering there to be sufficient evidence to demonstrate acceptability on a certain area that could definitely come forward in the plan period, but by virtue of the policies in the plan at the moment, as you've noted, would be rejected. DPH2 only allows for fewer than 10 dwellings if you're not underdeveloping the site. So if it's a site that could deliver more than 10 dwellings, it couldn't even come forward under that policy. So without that strategy that would enable those sites to come forward at the point that more evidence can be produced to satisfy the council as an acceptable site or surrounding a Category 1 settlement, the door's already closed with the plan as already written, and we already have these sites that are potentially worse and less sustainable because they put the drawbridge up, so to speak.
I think that's a different point. To be fair, I think that's a different point. You know, if I were to come forward and say that the housing need was meant to be, should be higher, then obviously the council would have to reappraise the sites that have been undertaken. It's a question of whether there's a strategy. And I think I'm coming to the conclusion that actually everyone agrees, we're just arguing with each other. Am I right? Yeah, that we need a strategy, which is a spatial strategy, and the council will go off and find us one which is locationally specific.
Where I've got to is that the discussion we've had about question 36 reinforces the point that you were making earlier, that maybe we need to do more with
Yeah,
our statement
absolutely.
of the strategy.
Yeah, okay.
It's a different question, but it supports the earlier answer.
Okay, so I've asked about, in my notes to myself, I've asked about positive approach to development, the A and B, picking up, I think, what was it, Mr. Griffin? I can't remember who was it who was saying that this position doesn't actually allow proportionate development in the A and B.
There is certainly a complaint that we have treated A and B as an absolute bar to development.
Yes, and that is obviously a question that would need to be at a sort of a specific policy on the A and B, but it may be something to bear in mind in terms of the strategy, whether somehow you could finesse that into it.
Madam, we could. It may conceivably end up with a little bit of duplication of the AOMB policy, or we can finesse that issue.
But that's fine, 'cause you just need an overarching one, don't you?
We do, absolutely, but
clarify.
yeah.
Okay, significant sites. This is actually where I'm going to talk about Sayers Common, so Mr. Boyle and Mrs. Sprite will be happy. I've seen that there's a statement of common ground between the site promoters of Sayers Sayers Common and the council. And it's a document which is, has a number of get-out clauses in it, really, doesn't it? Is it a reasonable prospect of growth being delivered without outside funding? For example, you've talked about the development will support the entire the development would support the existing settlement, i.e. it will make it sustainable, or make it more sustainable, yeah? That's the whole point of the significant sites, isn't it? That they will make something which is less sustainable, more sustainable. Am I right? Yeah? But how will that be done on the basis of section 106 and that something is directly related, necessary, etc., the three tests? So how will a developer accept spending more money on something if it's going to benefit the wider community? Why doesn't it just spend the money on what will benefit its residents? Is there an issue there or not? Perhaps Mr. Spry would be able to help me.
Yeah, so I think this comes to the identifying what the infrastructure requirements would need to be to make the allocation acceptable. And don't forget, there's obviously more than one allocation coming forward around Sayers Common. Yes, I appreciate that. And in identifying what infrastructure is necessary to make the development acceptable, that would need to take into account the basis on which it was allocated in the first place, and the units of infrastructure that would be required to make that infrastructure work. So just hypothetically, and I'm thinking actually of another site in my mind, if the number of pupils arising from that site was sufficient, say, for 4 forms of entry in a secondary school, but the sensible unit of secondary school provision was 6 forms, then one would make a judgment about how that school could be delivered through 106 contributions and other sources of funding from other sites and so on and so forth, in the light of a school places planning programme, and then arrive at what the necessary contribution is from the development to actually deliver the sort of units of infrastructure provision that's necessary. And so that might mean, hypothetically, that a development would provide more sort of per head, if you like, of its sort of pupil contributions in order to ensure that that sort of appropriate unit of infrastructure provision was delivered.
So it would be a sort of sustainability premium, so to speak.
I hadn't necessarily expressed it that way, but yes, I suppose you can't have a situation where you're contributing on a per head basis, but can't actually deliver the infrastructure that's necessary to make the scheme sustainable and make the settlement sustainable.
But in terms of the legal tests and not being directly related, you're saying Sony would get permission because it makes it sustainable, therefore it has to be directly related to what's going on, to the development. You're not buying a planning permission by doing all that, are you? Because you're saying...
No, because we come to the point around why the site was allocated in the first place, which was to improve the sustainability of a settlement.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Judith Ashton for Waits Developments. We're also one of the signatories to the Statement of Common Ground. If you actually look at the Statement of Common Ground, Section F in particular, from paragraph 515 onwards, deals with infrastructure delivery, how the infrastructure provision is going to be pooled in terms of contributions, and how phasing of infrastructure is intended to take place relative to various different sites that are coming forward. So you've got short, medium and long-term phasing proposed within there. We've had detailed discussions and it's set out within the Statement of Common Ground, not just with the District Council, but also with the County Council as other statutory providers, to ensure that the actual timing of delivery relative to the proposed trajectory...
I'm really interested in the timing. What I was interested in was whether whether there was any conflict between making a less sustainable place sustainable, which clearly means taking on more of the developers taking on more of an infrastructure position than you would otherwise be if you were developing in an area which had less infrastructure requirements. That's what I'm really trying to...
Madam, can I chip in on that from the
Sure.
council's perspective? It's very easy to see this as a sort of, for every extra person, you need to do a little bit more. But the reality with a lot of infrastructure is that it comes in quantum-sized bites. So, for example, if you are going to provide a cycle path, which is necessary because of the new development, then there will be standards for the width of that cycle path and the length of it will be given. And once it's been provided, it will be proportionate to the development for which permission is being granted, but it will be available for other people to use. Similarly, there will come a point at which a development requires a new primary school. But primary schools go up, as you will well know, in form sizes. And there's you get to a point where you go over the threshold, you need a new primary school. Once it's there, it will be there, not just for the new community, but for the existing community. And so, from the council's perspective, we don't see any necessary conflict between the fact that you will, as it were, consume your own smoke, or the new development will consume its own smoke, but at the same time provide benefits to local communities. If you put in a new community store, then anybody can go and shop there.
Yes, I understand that, but I mean, I don't want to go into too much into the detail of say it's common in terms of the Statement of Common Ground, but I have seen that there are certain aspects of it from my brief looking at it where it's per capita results, and there have been various issues where the developers clearly have been very keen not to be taking on a greater proportion of any costs than they would feel was dependent on the actual development. So I suppose that was my issue in terms of whether there was any issue, any sort of potential problems there. I know, Mr Boyle, you have your topo written up, and I'm not ignoring you yet. No, I'm not ignoring you, but I just want to ask another question, and you might be able to come back on that. Mr Brown has very kindly segued me into the whole concept of schools.
Unintentionally, not, but.
Yeah, I know. I haven't given you sight of my extra questions. School roles are quite complex, are they not? In that, in urban areas, you quite often have falling school roles in certain places, whilst in new developments, you often have, because you get new families coming in, you'll have a demand for school places. Is that clear? Is that a rough?
Sorry, can you just explain the
Yeah, okay.
Forming and let them demand for places?
Well, basically, if you have a brand new development, chances are you'll have young families coming into the development, and they will have children. They will then want to go to a school, and they will provide it's quite standard for developers to provide a school for those people.
Mm-hmm.
Or, of course, it may be that the county council says, actually, we've got a falling role in the school, sort of 8 miles down the road.
Give us a number.
You're going to be bussed out to the school 8 miles down the road. And I'm interested to know how, it's a sort of like an action point really, to what extent building these new schools and these new settlements will actually, whether then any unintended consequences relating to schools outside of the village, of that particular village. So, for example, there's a secondary school planned at Sayers Common. Is that correct? I'm right, yeah? So we have secondary school at Sayers Common. You have a development of X thousand houses. Is that enough to support a secondary school without busing in a whole load of people from somewhere else? And in doing that, is that actually a sustainable development? So those are the kind of questions I'd like you to give me some. I mean, I'm only picking on Sayers Common because I've got Mr Spry and Mr Boyle here. But, you know, it is the same principle, isn't it? If you've got a new development, how will that impact on the schools? Okay, thank you.
So should we put you like that
as an action point? Yeah.
All right.
Mr Boyle.
Thank you very much. I'm quite a slow learner, so I'm not going to endorse from the three directions what you've heard already. My point is this. If one looks at that table from the Statement of Common Ground, the important thing to bear in mind is that this is not directed to remedying existing deficiencies for the village as it currently stands. It's directed to having a sustainable settlement at the end of the exercise of having developed out at scale. My own friend makes the point quite correctly. Once you've built a shop, the existing residents can use the shop, but you build the shop because your scheme requires the shop to be built. So that's the general approach. And I give you a nice example, which will come, no doubt, on another day. There are, we're told, existing problems with foul water treatment in the location. Under this proposal, there will be a completely new foul water system to deal with the foul water from the scheme. Now that's a betterment and an improvement on the existing situation. It's not being put in for the betterment and improvement of the existing situation. That is a beneficial byblow of what's happening by producing a sustainable location at scale. And you can apply that across a variety of these different infrastructure items here, which have then been divvied up in terms of their contribution.
I'm not going to look at Common Grounds in any detail, Mr Spry, you still haven't told me. It was purely about the principle of making a less sustainable settlement sustainable, and the potential legal quagmire in relation to 106 agreements, which I thought we'd established from Mr Spry was the developers, you would vaguely take it on the chin because you realised that it was the way to get that permission was to undertake those works. Is that correct?
Well, I think it was that you have to make a contribution that delivers the infrastructure that's necessary. So you can't build 2/3 of a classroom, for example. If you end up having to, in order to provide the provision you require, you have to pay for a whole classroom, and the portion of the classroom that's then utilised by existing residents in the community, that still meets the test, was my point.
Thank you. Mr. Warren.
Tell me if this is unnecessary, but it is just because a couple of times you said, I'm just using you as a proxy, or I'm just picking on Sayers Common. West of Burgess Hill, very different in terms of, yeah, it's not based on increasing the sustainability of a settlement, etc., because obviously Burgess Hill already is sustainable. So its education, for instance, 2 primaries derived from discussions with the county are just consuming its own smoke, if you like. I just wanted to put that on the record, as it were. So it's a different case.
Too much into the site specifics, but I'm picking on Sayers Common as a sort of a sustainable development. Mr.
Council had engaged with parish councils in terms of that were taking the larger developments, and the parish councils identified the list of community-related infrastructure. You'll find it at the end of INV4, I think, if I've got the right bit. And the question, I think the issue is, how do you incorporate that when you've got development which is outside the, let me call it the red line boundary? There's no application, but relating to the actual site, the allocated site. And money alone does not work in terms of delivering that infrastructure. Thank you.
I'd like to just, sorry, Mr. Higginson.
Thank you. Tim Higginson for Wild. I know you're using Sayers Common as an example, ma'am, but I do want to talk principles rather than the detail. It seems to us that actually there is a real issue about the provision of infrastructure on significant sites. First, a proper understanding of what will genuinely improve sustainability, because quite a few of the proposals for Sayers Common already exist in Sayers Common. And I think as a general point of principle that would apply to all significant sites. Secondly, are the proposed infrastructure schemes properly costed? A proper understanding about who will pay for them, because, for example, we have noted that there is still some work to be done among the transport authorities as to who pays for what. And finally, how these will be brought together and delivered effectively, given that, as the Council likes to point out, it can run a process around infrastructure, but it doesn't actually control much of that. So all of those taken together would make us concerned that if sustainability is to be achieved, a lot more work needs to be done to show how it will be achieved. But I'd just like to end on a point of detail. I left rather earlier than I would normally do to come here this morning, and as I drove through Sayers Common, I could see Southern Water sorting out the foul water problems, so we need to be quite clear who we're going to score that one down to.
Risk in a separate issue. What I was going to ask was that it's 20 to 5. I said that I didn't really want to sit past 5 o'clock of an evening, but I'm aware that we are nearly done, but but saying that, there's still some meaty stuff to get through. I'm happy to sit later, but I would need a break now. What are people's views on this, and have I got enough people who are willing to sit later for me to take on that?
When you say later, ma'am, how much of a break do you envisage needing?
I need sort of 10 minutes.
Yeah, but I would say you'd be looking at back at 5, for example, is that
I would be saying come back about 10 to 5.
10 to 5?
And then probably, hopefully being able to get done by 6.
Okay, yeah.
But I would like to take,
The reason I ask is because, of course, we've got to think about tomorrow. I've got meetings at 6 o'clock with other members of the team to talk about tomorrow, which could be put back, but I'd need to make that arrangement. I think certainly from our point of view, if we can finish it today, it would be better than having to come back on another day next week. I know there's an overflow provided, so that it's possible, but given that everybody is here, I think from our side, we can do it.
yeah, I mean,
Others
I'm
speak
obviously,
themselves.
I don't want, people may have childcare responsibilities, and I don't want to force people either way, you know, we would just have to come back if people did have childcare responsibilities and they just had to go. Because obviously everyone knows when your kid is being picked up from a nursery, you need to collect them, don't you? There's no two ways about it. So if anyone's unhappy, please, I'll tell you what, I'll go for my break now, the 10-minute, and if anyone is unhappy, if they don't want, perhaps they can speak to Charlotte. I don't want people to be sort of feel intimidated one way or t'other. So I'll come back at 10 to 5, and I will either say, yay, it's home time, or we'll carry on. Okay? Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, everyone. I understand we are back, so we'll resume. If you do have to leave, please just go. And you can just go now if you want, really. Okay. How does the spatial strategy and distribution, I mean, it's same old, really, isn't it? But how does the spatial strategy and the distribution of development relate to neighbouring settlements outside of the district, such as Crawley to the north, which really relates to the question of whether the plan is sustainable, really, isn't it? I'll look at what the council has said. Okay. I don't really, I mean, whether it's appropriate or not, I understand what you have done. Does anyone wish to raise anything in terms of that question? You are Mr. Freddie Humphreys, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, first time speaker at 5 Kennedy in Stoke. Yes, just a very brief point on this, Inspector. If you look at Chapter 6 of the plan, which is obviously the strategy we've been discussing, it's simply completely silent to neighbouring local planning authority areas, the wider housing market areas for which there's an unmet need, etc. It's just silent in that regard, so it seems fairly clear to us that the relationship with the adjoining districts has formed no part of the development of that strategy. And feeding this back into the discussion about half an hour ago in terms of a top-down versus bottom-up approach, seems from the answers given by the council, in essence, that there was a list of sites and there was a strategy decided rather than being an assessment of what is needed and then a strategy decided upon the basis of that. And clearly the relationship with the neighbouring authorities should have fed into that. And instead what's happened is just there is a strategy, and then after the event it's been looked at to see what is that strategy capable of achieving. And seems to us plain on the face of the plan, but then when you delve into the supporting documents, so for example the site selection methodology, the SSP 5, again, relationship with neighbouring authorities, the wider housing market area, just doesn't feature in that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Humphreys. Perhaps the council wants to come back on just particularly Mr. Humphreys' point.
Mr. Humphrey's point, at least in terms of the way that he put it, was that Chapter 6 doesn't talk about adjoining districts. Your question at question 37 is actually about how do we relate to neighbouring settlements, which is a different question. And such as Crawley, but you know, Crawley is as a settlement. And the answer to that, in simple terms, is that when we have been looking at the spatial strategy of making existing settlements more sustainable, we haven't just been looking at settlements that are within mid-Sussex. If there have been settlements on the border or near the border or overlapping the border, then they would have been swept up within that. The reality is there are very few in that category. I think Mr. Marsh might be able to say a little bit more about exactly how many they are and where they lie. But the strategy encompasses the possibility where there are such settlements of bolting onto them to make them more sustainable.
That's correct. So if you were to look around the map of the district, we've got two settlements on our border, one of them being Crawley and the other one being Felbridge to the north of East Grinstead, obviously outside our plan area. We couldn't extend into that area. We couldn't extend to the south of it because it is East Grinstead town itself. So the only settlement on the edge of our border with potential for growth in our patch that would extend that settlement is Crawley.
Obviously, the detail of how you treat Crabbitts Park is a different point, isn't it? Not for the strategy, yeah. Mr. Spry, still not done it. I wasn't on. Right, I'm talking about paragraph 105 and 124 in terms of appropriate densities, etc. But we've really cut that off at the pass by you doing a paper on that, haven't we? So I'll keep that one off. But what I would ask is the creation of 20-minute neighbourhoods. I did want to raise 20-minute neighbourhoods. We've helpfully sort of not actually addressed them so far during this examination, but I'm afraid the time has come for me to take that plunge. And with the good grace of Charlotte, I eventually got this 20-minute neighbourhood on the website. And I would just want to know how the 20-minute neighbourhood is actually relevant. It's a big question to the plan in terms of making areas which aren't sustainable. And I suppose the question which we might actually obviously talk about more tomorrow is why have you relied on the 20-minute neighbourhood? What's so great about the 20-minute neighbourhood when we have an NPPF and a PPG which talks about sustainable development? What's so great about this document?
In response to your first question and the extent to which the 20-minute neighbourhoods can be irrelevant to the plan, I think we would best speak to our promoters around the table with those significant sites.
What did you say then? Sorry, I didn't catch.
I think it'd be best to speak to our site promoters around the table who have got sites which would deliver a 20-minute neighbourhood, and we know that they are around the table because we've talked to them about the infrastructure that they're delivering on site.
But isn't it your plan?
It is, but you're asking about whether the 20-minute neighbourhoods would be deliverable, and we would agree with the promotions that have been put in front of us, which say that they have a site which delivers a quantum of development, which will also deliver on-site facilities, which will allow their site and the existing communities around them to be within that distance of those facilities, which is the whole crux of the 20-minute neighbourhood principle.
Sorry, I feel as if I may have gone past the 5 o'clock threshold here, the cut-off point. I asked you why you have used the 20-minute plan rather than the NPPF and the PPG, and what is the significance of the 20-minute plan making areas that could be made sustainable. And you said talk to the developers, but surely it's your plan.
Well, I think Mr. Marsh was trying to answer, because initially you asked the two questions the other way around. How is it relevant to the plan in terms of making areas sustainable? And then why use that as a concept? And I think Mr. Marsh his answer was in relation to the first of those rather than the second. If I can turn it around, why rely on 20-minute neighbourhoods when you've got the NPPF and the PPG?
Yeah.
The NPPF and the PPG both talk about sustainability. I don't think anybody is suggesting that 20-minute neighbourhoods are the only way of delivering sustainable communities, but there is an increasing body of work being done which demonstrates that they are and are a good way of doing it. And they incorporate a lot of the things which are at the heart of sustainability, particularly in terms of vibrant communities, getting rid of public transport, climate change, all those sorts of things. So they are there's no conflict between them and the NPPF. They are a vehicle for getting to what the NPPF tells us we should get to, which is sustainability. Mr. Marsh might like to talk a little bit more in a moment about why specifically they've gone for that model. But my point is that there's not a conflict between the two. One's a refinement of the other. In terms of how they've related to the plan, in terms of making areas sustainable, Madam, that goes into the way in which we've gone about the site selection, and I think it's why Mr. Marsh was referring to the input from other people around the room, because the council necessarily has had to form a view about the extent to which allocations are capable of producing 20-minute neighbourhoods or making existing settlements more sustainable. But in doing that, it has necessarily, not every site promoter has produced detailed information, but to the extent that they have, we have necessarily looked at that. And that's particularly the case with the larger sites where there are potentially bigger questions to be answered. So with a relatively small allocation, it might be self-evident whether or not that's likely to bring to the settlement to which it's located. Where you're looking at larger sites, 500, 1,000, 2,500 houses, there's a much bigger question about what exactly can this do, what is likely to be viable here. And there, it's not that we've been totally reliant on developers, but we have looked at and reviewed the information that they've brought forward. But certainly that's been a key question that's been asked along the way. And how is it relevant to the plan? Are you able to meet 20-minute neighbourhood principles? And you've seen, ma'am, the way in which that's set out in the plan. This isn't a religious adherence to 20 minutes. If you go 21 minutes, you're the wrong side of the line. It's about the concept that underpins it and sort of livable communities. But I mean, the plan itself has got a reasonable amount of text explaining the way that it's gone about that process. It's very much been at the heart of the decisions that have been made as to whether particular allocations are likely to fit with the spatial strategy.
Mr. Merritt.
Well, I know Mr. Boyle had his Toblerone up before, so I don't want to step on his toes.
But I'm sure he wants to come in once you've said something, rather than, there's no point in him saying something and then you coming in after.
No, I thought so, Bob. And I think for us, this focus on 20-minute neighbourhoods is really the crux of the issue with this proposed plan. And I think a lot of what we've discussed today and yesterday about a bottom-up approach and about a real lack of a spatial strategy here, is relevant to our view, at least how the plan reads in terms of where these 20-minute neighbourhood plans come in. And we say this, I think, for three reasons. The first is we say that the plan doesn't embody the principles of a 20-minute neighbourhood. What it's doing in reality, or at least that's how we understand it going through the site selection process, the sustainability appraisal and the plan we have, is an ex post facto justification of large-scale development on greenfield sites. And where we get to that from is the fact that what we've seen in this plan and what we've explored today is that these proposals come forward, the council accept them as part of their plan, and then, as far as we can see, that's where the 20-minute neighbourhood comes in to try and justify that development, to say, well, how do we make an extremely large greenfield site development acceptable? Let's call it a 20-minute neighbourhood. So it's not strategic and it's not part of the plan, it's just a way to try and rationalise a bottom-up approach to this plan. And the second problem, and leading on from that, Ma'am, is that had the plan correctly applied the principles in 20-minute neighbourhoods, we say they wouldn't be promoting some of them. And I know our focus has been on say as common, but when you go to that guidance that you've had printed off, you'll see that there are two examples only of where they think the approach can be tailored for rural settings. which Sayers Common clearly is, and you've got those in page 52 in section 4.3 of the guidance. And so everything, well, not everything, but the majority of that guidance before that page is for the urban. And when we get to the rural, they say, well, tailoring to the specific problems and needs of rural settings, there really are two approaches that you can take with regards to rural 20-minute neighbourhoods. The first is market towns, which doesn't apply here. And the second is creating a network of villages that collectively provide what most people need for their daily lives. And again, we say that doesn't apply here. Taking Sayers Common as an example, you've got a small village which is a category 3 and has most of what everyone needs. And there's now an extension of over 2,000 homes being proposed. And it's that as a standalone development which is trying to be justified rather than a form of network of villages. So neither approach has been met. And so, as far as we can see from the face of the guidance alone, this isn't an application of 20-minute neighbourhoods. And the final point, and it's not a point I want to labour because I've already talked about it today and yesterday, is we say that if the local plan had truly wanted to make these 20-minute neighbourhoods part of its strategy, this would have gone back or fed into the optioneering exercises, the reasonable alternatives, and that hasn't been done. They haven't asked the question of well, where else could we place these 20-minute neighbourhoods? They haven't asked the question of, are there similar but smaller options available? It's all an after-the-event attempt to justify this bottom-up approach.
Mr. Boyle, I'm keeping you sort of in abeyance for a minute. I just want to go relation to the 20-minute. If I look on page 37, we're talking about sustainability really, aren't we? 37, second paragraph down on the right-hand column. You talk about expanding existing settlements. Have you got that, Mr. Brown? By increasing housing density and creating compact and well-connected places, investing in expanding existing sustainable and active travel, blah, 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 blah. So that implies dense developments as per the 20-minute neighbourhood guidance. And then it's supporting the 20-minute neighbourhood principles. The plan also aims to support better opportunities for villagers to work collectively. So that is as per your discussion about the cycle route, which links one village to another. And indeed, in this document, it talks about, as Mr. Merritt says, you've got the market towns, which you try to make into you're just trying to build on the market town, or in villages, you link the sites together. There's nothing here about extending villages, is there, in this 20-minute document? It might be time for Mr. Spry or Mr. Boyle, or perhaps, no, Mr. Marsh, it's your plan, isn't it? Help me.
Again, going back to page 17 of our plan, features of a 20-minute neighbourhood, diverse and affordable homes, okay, well-connected paths, streets and spaces, which the sustainable community sites and plan are providing both in themselves and out of themselves to other settlements. Schools at the heart of the communities, they're all providing at least a primary school, but on two of them a secondary school. Good green spaces in the right places. They've all got open space or informal recreation. Local food production. We have talked about provision of allotments on those sites. Keeping jobs and money local. They're all promoting either an element of employment on site, community building, or are connected to a location that has already got, so Sayers Common and Burgess Hill in particular, employment within walking distance. community health and wellbeing facilities, they're providing community facilities, including potential for health facility, and a place for all ages, extra care. Those are all what the TCPA guidance says are features of a 20-minute neighbourhood, and our sites are I would contend, ticking each of those boxes.
Okay, thank you, but it doesn't obviate the point that in this document, it doesn't say anything about extending villages, does it? What you're talking about is really just making any development would go for all those requirements, would they not? Is there anything special about what you're referencing?
What's special about it is that all of those facilities will be within a 20-minute active travel, and therefore reduce the need to travel by other means, i.e. car, to other settlements. We do have the example that we've mentioned about the provision of primary school and secondary school at Sayers Common, that existing residents are no longer having to drive to go to secondary school outside of that area.
It isn't, I mean, I don't want to go on to the transport issues, but isn't the point that in a site that is close to an existing settlement which has got lots of facilities, the proportion of people who will move from A to B in a smaller, the compact, etc., you know, those three phrases are going to be, you have a lot more people to play with, therefore you have a lot more activity, and therefore it's much more pertinent to the 20-minute neighbourhood. And if, I mean, it may be that it's absolutely right concept, but to wrap it up as the 20-minute neighbourhood, this is what I'm querying, is you're wrapping it up as a 20-minute neighbourhood, yet the actual document which relates to 20-minute neighbourhoods does not actually refer to making existing villages, extending existing villages. It talks about making places more sustainable, extant places more sustainable, rather than new developments. And I may be, Mr. Brown, did you want to come in? Mr. Michael Brown.
Ma'am, I think you are absolutely right. There isn't a single word in that document that supports the idea that in practice, a 20-minute neighbourhood could be effectively achieved in a development such as Sayers Common. CPRE has done quite a detailed study of other attempts to create rural sustainable settlements, and in my representations I've given you a link to a report jointly issued by CPRE and another organisation which has analysed attempts to create rural sustainable settlements, not one of which has succeeded. Every one remains totally car dependent. And you have to ask yourself, it seems to me, where in this new 20-minute sustainable settlement will you find a railway station? Where will you find a cinema? Where will you find a supermarket? Where will you find a doctor's surgery? And I'm not sure whether the health provision that's proposed in Sayers Common would include a doctor's surgery, but I suspect not, or a dental surgery. These are all day-to-day requirements of a self-sustaining community, achievable in a town or a city, not deliverable in a rural setting such as Sayers Common. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, it was just questions of 20. I'm really thinking about the 20-minute neighbourhood document, which is clearly something that the council considers to be important, and I'm really just clarifying whether it relates to the larger settlements that you're talking about, which you have said in your plan are good because you're going to do a 20-minute neighbourhood on it, but the document that you're basing it on doesn't seem to suggest that. Does Mr. Boyle want to come in?
Madam,
or
thank
not?
you.
If you
Madam.
don't, that's fine.
No, sorry, I put it down because I thought you were coming to me and then you went away. So
No. If Mr Spry or Mr Boyle want to come in on this point, because he did show interest.
Madam, your question, how is 20-minute neighbourhood relevant to the plan? So remember, this session is not on Sayers Common. Yeah, because what I don't want to do is to be drawn into the debate, is it achieved Sayers Common? Can it be achieved Sayers Common? That's for another stage of the plan, but the examination of it. How is it relevant? It's relevant because, and it's coming from your question 38, paragraph 105, locations which are or can be made sustainable. It's the principles of the 20-minute neighbourhood which have been adopted by this authority for those locations where it slipped from its first option 1, which it still maintains is its preferred option, if only they could do it. And their view is that they can't do it. So they slip then to part option 2, which includes taking other locations which, paragraph 105 of the NPPF, can be made sustainable. So, has been said before, there's no conflict, there's no tension between 105 and sustainable, 20-minute sustainable locations. It is one way of achieving the 105 test in the NPPF. Now, touching for a moment on Sayers Common, you will recall, Madam, we've seen it already in the plan under DP1, that the pattern historically in this area has been a piecemeal development, often at section 78, and I'm responsible for some of those, such that the plan says there has been increase in population without a concomitant growth of services and facilities, and that's because they've not been done at scale. So the authority takes the view, let us find some locations where development can happen at scale to bring not just housing, because this isn't a proposal for 2,000 houses in Sayers Common, it's all of the list of things set out at section 4 of the Statement of Common Ground. So in addition to the 2,000 houses, you've also got the existing settlement, but then you have between 5,000 and 9,000 square metres of employment, 2,000 to 4,000 retail community, and on and on and on and on. And the principle of the 20-minute neighbourhood is to have a degree of self-containment, so those people who are there can travel then in. And that, as a concept, whether it's going to be delivered, I leave to another day, but as a concept, I respect to suggest, is a perfectly legitimate, sound in the right test, process for the plan to have gone through to identify that that's what we're going to do when we can't just bolt on to existing settlements. And then to go through the precise elements of the 20-minute guidance document, that recognises what you're after is active travel. How you achieve it is to have density of not only housing, but also other activities. And the amount of other activities which have been put into this particular proposed settlement then act as a hub. And if you just cast your eye at some point, Madam, to the various iterations of the illustrative master plan, you'll see how the hub sits within the centre of the expanded settlement, and you have the 20 minutes.
I'm getting my head around the concept of making site, anyway, I'll go around the circles here, but Mr Spry, you quickly want to say something?
Just a, excuse me, a very brief point. We've been talking about the 20-minute neighbourhood document, and with reference to market towns or linked villages. I think that's in a sense looking at the wrong part of the document, because what the plan is actually doing at Sayers Common is it's referred to as an urban extension. Yeah, that's what the plan refers it to. It's an urban extension to a village, but it is an urban extension. And if we go then to the 20-minute neighbourhood document at 4.2 on page 47, there's a reference to in a 20-minute neighbourhood context to maximising the benefits of urban extensions and new settlements. And then the paragraph that follows is, I would say, a reasonable description of what the council's strategy is for Sayers Common in terms of an urban extension, links into existing infrastructure, and then improving connectivity, adding much needed local facilities and locations that benefit existing residents as well as the new community. So that there's a grounding in that document to what the council is doing at Sayers Common.
Okay, Mr Spry, so Sayers Common, I understand you're not obviously suggesting that Sayers Common is urban, are you? What you're suggesting is that it's the principle.
Well, it's the plan, page 161, describes it as an urban extension.
Okay. Perhaps it's a question for Mr. Marsh. Are you suggesting that Sayers Common is urban? I mean, it's obviously built, but is it urban?
That's great. It's a settlement with a defined built-up area boundary, which is not rural in the fact that it's in the countryside.
Sorry, it's not rural because it's in the countryside.
No,
It's
not rural.
Because it is a settlement. It is a built settlement.
So all settlements are, by definition, urban. Following that logic. Is that what you're saying? Well, you are, aren't you, to be fair?
They have elements of urbanness about them, which may be greater or lesser depending on how dense a settlement they may be. But I mean, they're patently not countryside. Once it goes beyond an isolated farmhouse or a couple of a hamlet, once it becomes a settlement with a defined settlement boundary, it's not countryside. It then has to be something else. You wouldn't use suburban in that context, I don't think, because it displays urban elements.
Isn't the word for it like it's called a village?
It is called a village, yes.
Yes. Yeah, okay, thanks. I will take that one away. Right, but Mr. Spry, you have your, Mr. Warren, you've been waiting very patiently.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Part of the answer to your question number 38 needs to be probably that west of Burgess Hill, because it's a large allocation important to the strategy and distribution of development, which is your question. That's obviously not been the focus of much of the comment this afternoon, but obviously it's a rather different case. And you've seen the hub, the employment, et cetera, in relation to west of Burgess Hill. But I just want to respond specifically to any suggestion or doubt that you may have lingering in your mind, ma'am, about ex post facto rationalisation or justification as far as west of Burgess Hill is concerned. So all of this material, including the ideas of walkability and 10 and 20 minutes, very early advanced in relation to west of Burgess Hill in vision documents that were there well before Regulation 19. So it's factually not the case that this is a bolt-on as far as west of Burgess Hill is concerned.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Warren. Mr. Mayhew.
Thank you, ma'am. Conscious of your comments about not wanting to get into the detail of Sayers Common, I'll seek to try and limit my comments in relation to the 20-minute neighbourhood issue. And it's simply to say two things, really. One is that it feels to us that the 20-minute settlement concept has been used as an alternative, and instead of undertaking an appropriate master planning exercise for trying to determine the scale and location of appropriate growth in Sayers Common. And what I mean by that is that having decided growth is going there, the idea of making sure that the land parcels that have been promoted contain enough details that get tick boxes against the 20-minute neighbourhood concept that has been used means it can be demonstrated or argued to be sustainable. And then it brings me to my second point, which is in relation to access, which is in the recent document that Barclay Latimer have produced. It looks at the cycling isochrones of the proposed allocation. And what has been long talked about and is contained in the plan is about, in order to achieve the 20 minutes settlement, in order to achieve sustainability, there needs to be improvements of the cycle route between Sayers Common and Burgess Hill. And yet we find in the most recent document that Sustrans set out that for purposes of commuting, people may cycle up to 5 kilometres, or Sayers Common is not within the 5 kilometres isochrone of Burgess Hill Station. So you have a plan that's seeking to improve connectivity to Burgess Hill Station to make the settlement more sustainable, but it's beyond the distance that most people would reasonably want to cycle to get to a railway station, to get to a higher tier centre. And it's just to emphasise the point that it's this, you're dropping in a 20-minute neighbourhood concept onto a site that you've decided to allocate, and then by peppering it with items and issues and schools and things, it's deemed to become sustainable. But actually, you need to look at it from a master planning perspective and see how it actually physically relates to the existing settlements of the district to determine whether or not it's an appropriate location. Thank you.
This will be quick. I don't want to go back to urban extension versus rural extension. This is an extension to Sayers Common. What I want to challenge is the concept of it being an extension at all. I think it's stretching the elastic of the English language beyond snapping point to describe a 2,000 home development bolted on to a village of fewer than 900 inhabitants as an extension. That matters because the whole concept of the spatial strategy hangs on their claim of the council that this is a settlement that is part of option 1 or option 2 and sustainable. I would argue on behalf of CPRE that this is a new settlement, an option 3 settlement, which is under the sustainability appraisal appraised as the least sustainable form of development of all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to try and whiz through this. Constraints within the district, such as the high wheeled national landscape. We've talked about proportionate development, haven't we? We've talked, I think, to death about options 1 and 2 being of a justified and proportionate evidence base. It's really for me to determine whether that's the case. Unless anybody feels violently, please put up your Toblerone. In terms of whether the spatial strategy looks sufficiently further ahead, really the reason I've said that is because I'm sure this isn't the last plan that Mid-Sussex Council will ever undertake.
Review within 5 years.
Yes, exactly. And that's, so how are you sort of future-proofing anything in this plan? Because you've already established that you have quite a, you've already told me that there's a very limited area in which you consider that development is appropriate to be undertaken. So how have you, have you thought to go beyond the plan period in terms of at least of the workings of it? I know you don't necessarily have to, but it'd be interesting to see what you've done in that respect.
I think going beyond this plan period and understanding what our housing requirement might be, what the constraints might be, the sites that are promoted to us, I think there is an awful lot of crystal ball gazing that would need to happen for us to be able to understand what would happen beyond, significantly beyond 2040, hence 5-year review process.
Okay, so I suppose what I'm really saying is perhaps you could feed that into your density policy and your issue about the strategy, because it seems to me in terms of paragraph 22, if you are going to be considering planning into the future, carrying on with, the way you're going, you will end up having the whole of that belt, potentially developed, and it may be that you need to think outside the box a bit. But if you could put that in your density policy. Mr. Boyle.
Madam, thank you. This is one of the few cases where we do actually have an objection to the council's
That's
plan.
good. I'd like to thought there was a reason for you being here rather than supporting this statement.
Apart from telling you when your microphone's on and off. So, Madam, it's our reps at 230 to 232 on question 4. We've taken the MPPF observation as you have. Sayers Common plainly is going to alter significantly its credentials in sustainability terms, and so we do consider that the the plan should reflect that, allowing for future growth at a future stage through a future review as required. But you need to reflect in due course the way in which the settlement hierarchy would need to take on board the improvements to Sayers Common.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boyle. Mr. Moore.
Yes, just on the point about future-proofing, the Secretary of State's written ministerial statement on the 30th of July of this year, which is a material consideration, I'd suggest for inspectors undertaking EIPs now, signals the government's clear intention to bring in some form of sub-regional planning within the Parliament. So the reason we're mentioning this is obviously that it goes to the 5-year review period that a plan like this might face. And so that, it seems to me, it's a matter of weight, obviously, ma'am, but relevant at least to consider that it's part of the coming system, that there may be some sort of sub-regional plan in this area.
In terms of what reasonable alternative options were considered, we've obviously done this to death, but it's I think when you look at the strategy, that might be, because you are going to be looking at the strategy in terms of providing a policy, it may be when you're doing that strategy, there may be some, and we're going to be you're looking at the essay again as well anyway, aren't you? So it may be an opportunity to consider if there are any alternative spatial options in that respect. Thank you. Right, Ms. Piper.
Sorry, Mark, could I just clarify on that? Is that going to be looking at unmet need spatial options? Thank you.
We're looking at density at the moment.
You're looking at density, you're doing a density paper, but in terms of the essay, or perhaps I'm just revealing what I was going to ask you to do.
I mean, you're obviously going to write to us in great detail about what we need. We thought the essay might fall into what you were going to tell us we need to do in that regard. So at the moment, I don't know. Obviously, if we are suggesting, as a result of density or whatever else it is, newer or different policies, we would need at least to ask the question: does that require an update of the essay? And it may or it may not, depending on where that goes. Certainly on my notes at the moment, you haven't asked us to stress test a higher level of growth. And I think if you were going to, other than through density, if you were going to do that, we might say to you, do you have a particular figure for that higher level in mind? Because bearing in mind the growth is potentially, the unmet need is potentially 30,000 units. Unless we're on the same page at any point at which we draw the line, we're good.
If I were to go down that route, I would be going down that route with you to
It did, but
and giving.
according on my notes, madam, we haven't got to that. We may get there, but we haven't got to that point yet, which I think goes to the point that Ms. Piper was making.
Yeah. Okay.
So thank you.
All right. Is there anything that anyone else would like to raise? Otherwise, I'll be ending this session.
Well, thank you for soldiering on, ma'am. I think it's been useful to get to this stage.
Yeah. Okay. So, in terms of action points, someone from the council will have helpfully written things down.
I will, like yesterday, start again. And
sorry, I don't know. Can you make sure you speak in the?
Sorry, can everyone hear me? And then, additions welcome. So this morning session, I identified 3 actions. The first was a note around why a statement of common ground with the strategic planning board has not been forthcoming. The second one was to add the about Crawley study to the evidence library. And then the third one was to provide you further detail on the meetings that have been held with prescribed bodies to explain how these discussions have influenced the plan, and to also provide detail of agendas that demonstrate that conversations have been had about maximising effectiveness in relation to unmet need.
In terms of that, as with all these action points, I'm sure there'll be informal toing and froing between myself and you via the programme officer. So if you want to sort of set out a template, and then if I say, yes, that's what I want, that'll probably save a lot of time.
Helpful.
Yeah.
So that's everything I had for this morning's session. Not seeing any dissension. And then for this afternoon, the first one, Ma'am, I think where we got to was around the main modification around the spatial strategy and that becoming a policy, and that it's with us to suggest something to you.
But I mean, obviously that kind of issue will become through as a main mod, but it's useful, if you remember what I also said in the opening, if you can log the main mods.
Yes, exactly. So that will go on the log.
As a concept, yeah.
The second one was in relation to the density topic paper that we discussed yesterday, and ensuring that in that note we demonstrate how we've had regard to Chapter 11 of the NPPF. The next one I have is a note on school places for new sites and the potential unintended consequences of that on existing school provision. And I think that is predominantly in relation to the significant sites that have been proposed for allocation in the plan. And then the final one, which I just wanted to clarify with you, again comes back to the density policy, and you mentioned we should address the issue of future-proofing in that, and I just wanted to just make sure we're really clear on what you wanted on that.
Well, it's in terms of if you're aware, I mean, obviously you're aware of the framework where it talks about where you have new developments, new settlements, and they are likely to go forward further above, is the approach of, a low density development.
So it's the interaction of density with the...
Which sort of fits in with the rural, not that it is rural, the urban area with the rural surrounding it. If you have something which is like that, is that really...
Yes,
should you be sort of grasping the bull by the horns and saying, yeah, I want to have a big settlement there, or not? These are the choices you should be making. And if you can put something together for that, please.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying. And that's
our list.
That's our list.
Is any, I don't know whether you or Ms. Glancy or anyone else has got anything we don't think we've missed. Right, because we'll write those up and submit them to you, ma'am.
Okay. Right. Thank you very much for bearing with me this afternoon. For those of you who I'll be seeing tomorrow, I look forward to seeing you again. For those of you who you won't, have a good weekend, and if I see you again, I will see you next week. Okay, thank you very much, everybody, and have a good evening, and this session is closed. Thank you.